Alrighty. Dudes, I gotta be so careful. It's getting so freaking toasty in here. Oh my goodness. Alright. Alright, we should be good. I've rigged this up in a way that it's blowing cool air on this side of the room. So it should start exchanging heat over here, and just because I'm a little worried about it, I cleaned out the filter. It wasn't too dirty, but feeling better? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm alright. Chief, I want to go outside, you know, like, I'll just say it, like, I want to go outside, dude. I had so much fun at the auto show yesterday. I've had this weird hankering to want to go out and do, like, normie things lately. I think it's just because stuff's opening back up, but no, I know I gotta be here, so it's cool. But, like, yeah, Taradra, like, on Saturday, I had the cornet in pieces. I took apart all the hubs, dude. Did I show you that? Like, I had it on YouTube. Why did I say YouTube? I'm sorry. I read the YouTube window that I had open. I didn't have it on YouTube. Not yet, at least. I posted it on Discord. The cornet, all the pieces. Dude, I had the hubs completely. I had it down. I had the whole front suspension apart almost the other day because I needed to rebuild the brakes. I don't know where those pictures ended up, but it's fine. And that's what I did all Saturday, and then I went to an auto show yesterday. Went to the auto show yesterday. Brimo has pictures that she sent me. She took some pictures. Didn't take all the pictures, but it's just Brimo took a picture of an Etzel, the Figaro, the Westphalia, a Volkswagen Beetle, or a Volkswagen Combi, the GNX, another picture of the Westphalia. Oh, she took a picture of this. Yo, this thing. Here, I'll show you. This thing was loud as hell. Look at that thing. That thing showed up. Your back was in pieces too. It's alright. That thing was very loud. Also very, very fast. Forlorn, it actually wasn't a it's not a Beetle, it's a Combi. Excuse me. There was a Beetle there, but it was the Combi. Take a look. See? And then Taradra, there's the van. There's the van. How much horsepower? Oh, it had a 5.0. It had a Coyote motor in it from a new Mustang. It was quick. I could tell that it was quick just because of the sound it was making. Who do you think? The Librians? And then there's a picture of the Figaro. There's a picture of the Westphalia. Westphalias are cool. That's a cool little. That's a cool little freaking car or truck thingamajigger. So, yeah, didn't really. It's just because last summer sucked so much. Like, oh man. I was talking with some of my buddies, some of my car buddies, and they were like, yeah, we go to the drag strip. I'm like, I want to do that. Oh, they're like, you should get a race car. You have money saved up? I'm like, yes. They're like, you should get a drag. I'm like, I should do that. I kind of, oh boy, you know, it's so stupid. All right, can we have a track stream? Yeah, I kind of want to do that. All right. We should make the F100 into a drag. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's get it running first, and then we'll figure it out. You know? All right. Let's see. Yeah, anyway. let's get into space news here. Whoops, save is corrupted in KSP. It reads just started at the load window. Try KML. Use the KML utility tool, Hellfish. News!
Discovery, go and throttle up.
News! We're starting space news a little bit earlier, but... Here, hang on.
News! 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 News!
Alright. I don't know how. Download KML, put it in a folder on your desktop, put the persistence file in there, load the persistent file up, and then check if there's any errors. It should be really easy.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
What, this one? Is this the space news music now? The build is almost done on the outside. Let me see. Hey, that looks great. Gotta build that interior though, but it looks good. Oh wait, let me take a look here. Yeah, it's rather nice. Hey, not bad. It looks good. You're out of concrete, Wiser. Uh-oh. Oh, hi. Hi. Hey, what's going on? That's a nice building. Whoever's building that one. This one looks good too. These buildings are coming along, guys. They look really good. Benno's working on the, I think that's a hotel in Denver, if I remember that right. It looks, yeah, it looks good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Clay 6, give the sub to Surfing Bird. Right on. Where's Lucifer? God, no. Sorry, just reading something else. Would it make sense to plan where the subway stations are going before we start building? I mean, we already have one going down the big road, but yeah, I suppose if you wanted to. All right. Here, we'll start with the KSP2 show and tell. And then we'll also end with it right when we go to play KSP. So let me flip over and we'll go from there. Will there be a doomsday bunker under your airport? No. You're working with Wiser. That's cool, Newton. Hey, Newton, thank you for all your work, man. That's pretty sweet. I can't always be there for the Minecraft project, but, you know... You guys keeping it, just you, Canadian, a bunch, Wiser, and Drool Bucket, and World Killer are all keeping kind of it going in the background. I do appreciate that. It makes it a lot easier for me to be able to pop in and out. Thank you. I genuinely appreciate it. Like, I want to keep the Minecraft project going, but I also have like 4 or 5 other projects going on. Like, we got KSP, I got what's going on in Beam, we got all this other stuff happening. I got the truck streams, Serious, I didn't thank you. And all the other people that are going on. Oh, Serious, you're you've been there too. You got burned out, but you came back. I'm just joshing, man. I'm just messing. Oh, mate, I'm just taking a piss, mate. Just taking a piss for a second, mate. That means something different in American, right? It means you're going to the bathroom. No, seriously, Serious, you too. Thank you very much. Oh, we know. Nah, I don't think you do. Percent estimates your completion of the truck. Steiner. No, great meme. I'd say we're somewhere above 85%. I got to do the entire interior, and we got to clean up the wiring. I got to do the interior, and then we got to do the brakes, and then we got to do the exhaust. I can redo the brakes. That's no problem. It won't take very long. I do need to, once over the entire truck just to make sure that all the, basically need to check my work and make sure that all the bolts are tightened down and all the right bolts have Loctite on them and stuff, and the right stuff has anti-seize on it. But yeah, we're getting there. Engine is fine? Yeah, the engine's done. Oh, Serious, be quiet. 3 errors. Unreadable parent part index. Does not point to a valid part. Vessel has more than one root part. All the same vessel. Yeah, Hellfish, try it. Make sure you back up the file before you do anything. Cool. Anyway, let's get to the KSP2 show and tell here, and then we'll go. Every other Friday, the KSP2 team gathers to show each other what they've been up to. Here are a few show and tell highlights. Clouds. Hang on, guys. This is being a little... right now. I'm getting some pretty nasty feedback here. Like popping, like... but it's alright. Sounds like the kind of sound that it makes when there's a frayed cable, but dude, this footage is sick though. Look at that. Oh, it's happening for you, Steiner, as well? Well, that's good. That means it's not my new headset, but that also means that it's something else. No, it's happening with a bunch of different things, dudes. Hold on. Should be gone now. Yeah, there we go. It's gone. It just... Windows screwed with my sound settings again. Some application boosted that all the way up to full. Here, let's take a look. Let's look again. The clouds, though. I told you the terrain scatterer, man. Right when I met with the developers in 2019, they showed us the terrain scatterer. Look at that. That's unbelievable. Now imagine, I told you guys that the terrain scatterer, they showed a picture of Kerbin and it looked like something out of Far Cry 5. See what I'm talking about? The terrain scatterer work is insane. I mean, it's... And that was only a bit in piece of it. Like, that was only bits and pieces. This game's gonna be nuts. Like, absolutely nuts. AKA modern graphics. Dude, look at the moon. Yeah, maybe, TJ. No, macadamia nuts, Phil. Duh. Kerbin over there in the background. Here, let's back it up. See if we can see anything. I wish the Kerbin terrain was more. Guys, this is most likely just a scene example in Unity. If I had to guess, yeah, I will... Look, I don't know about this part for sure with the game, but what I do know is game development. See how it says pre-alpha footage right there? What you're probably seeing here is a Unity scene. Okay, Unity scenes are used for testing lighting and environments, etc., etc. You can make scenes with all this stuff loaded in, okay? So what does that mean in plain English? That's not what the terrain will look like around KSC, and I can say that with pretty reasonable conviction. Yeah, that's not what it's going to look like. I will guarantee you that. Like, I mean, I could go and ask right now if you really wanted me to, but I don't even need to. That's not even worth wasting the developer's time. What you should be focusing on here is the buildings. Not so much the grass, not so much the clouds or anything in the background, despite the clouds looking amazing. The buildings is what you want to see. Like, how nice that radar dish looks. That looks amazing. How come it's not done in pre-alpha? Well, James, yeah, I mean, I know. That's the new Kerbal complex right there. It looks great. Note that there's nothing on the plaque just yet. And this is what I mean. I can tell you right now, just from what I know about the pipeline for doing 3D assets, because that's what I went to school for, that these aren't finished. They're too bland, to be honest with you. If you really want my honest opinion, I can tell you that these aren't finished. There's nothing on the damn plaque. There's no grass. There's no trees. This is a straight light. This is probably... What they probably did here was a straight lighting test with some halfway done models. The building is done. I'll tell you that the astronaut complex is finished. That's a finished building. You could tell because look at the texturing. Look at the texturing right here on the building comparatively to like the grass. The grass is just basically a repeating texture. That's not a repeating texture. The pedestal here is probably not 100% finished, but it's close. Isn't this like the stage after basic texturing? They're doing lighting tests, guys. This is a lighting test. That's what this footage is from. So what you'd have in the game design industry, okay? They say that the team is getting together every Friday and showing off their work. That's what these KSP2 show and tells are. What these are called in the industry are called dailies. And I know dailies once a week. I get it. The film industry does dailies, and it's basically like a state of the game type thing, where you show the dailies, so the creative director Nate can get a good feel on the development of the game. It's basically your weekly update. Anime does sneaky. Every animation does dailies. 3D modeling does dailies. Every type of art form, art entertainment. There's dailies for concept art, there's dailies for 3D, there's dailies for anime, absolutely. Sneaky, if you've ever watched the behind the scenes of your favorite anime and they show like caricatures and they flip through the pages of the character going like this, back and forth, like that, back and forth, that's dailies. All day. Or they show characters, a scene that hasn't been colored and the characters are moving around and it's just like, it looks like pencil sketches. Yeah, that's a daily, most likely. A lot of behind the scenes footage from movies, from games, is just the dailies. They're just showing the dailies. That's it. It's a really easy way to show the content that you're working on without actually showing the content you're working on. Yeah, exactly, James. Stand up in the software industry. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, with 3D art, this is dailies. I'll guarantee you right here, guys, that this is a lighting test. So, you know how I know? Watch. All right, and if anybody wants to chime in on this, it's been a while since I've done any 3D work, but I remember this clear as day because freaking this was beaten into your head at Full Sail. What's the thing that's catching your eye the most in this scene? What's the thing that's catching your eye? Where is your eye drawn to? The shadows. Lighting test. Dead giveaway. Shadows, right? Shadows are what's drawing your eye. There's a lot of texture variation and, well, not texture variation. There's a lot of contrast right here. This is a lighting test. I can guarantee you that's a lighting test. The shadows are what's drawing your eye. The background doesn't necessarily draw your eye, and that's how I can tell you that this is just a Unity scene. Because that's a skybox painted texture. That's not volumetric clouds. That's literally that would be like taking a piece of paper with some clouds drawn on it and holding it behind the scene. This is a Unity scene with an environmental backdrop over it, doing lighting tests on the buildings. Lighting tests on the buildings is basically where they take a spotlight and they put the building in the scene and they take the spotlight and move it around to simulate lighting conditions. This is a lighting daily. I'm 100%, well, not 100%. I shouldn't be absolutely sure, but I'm pretty dang sure. The tricks haven't changed, man. What's drawing your eye again? Right here, the dark textures right here contrasting with a light background in the shadows. Once again. Storyboards are kind of similar, Clayton. Storyboards are dailies for, like, cinematography, I guess. Your face is where my eyes go. Thank you. Basu, 49-month resub. I'm pretty dang sure that that's what these are. Like, every single one of these shots has a lot of really dynamic lighting going on. See what they're doing lighting. They're doing scene lighting. And so when you do scene lighting, once again, they just have a stand-in background texture. You can see literally half of that mountain isn't rendered. It looks like it's cut in half. Like the draw distance is not close enough. In reality, they just have this on a sample plate. Ooh. That's... Once again, here it is again. Oof. Go back to the clouds. Another dead giveaway here is that look at KSC in this scene versus the other scene. See what I'm talking about? What is this? What do we got going on right here? There's twin runways right next to each other with taxiways. And see, now you have more rendered terrain and you have lakes and stuff, and even this scene right here, the spacecraft has no texture. There's no texture here because this wasn't designed, this scene wasn't for testing the texture. This scene was for testing the clouds. That's what the volumetric clouds look like in KSP. They don't look like this. See the difference? Pretty cool, huh? Oh, man. Giving away their secrets, I guess. Oh, wow. That's some eye candy right there. Sure, they probably don't have the production staff to do it, but I wish more studios would do the same updates weekly that Star Citizen does. They go into super depth of what's been done and worked on for every week. If you watch from long enough, you could easily tell where the game is at development-wise. Yeah. 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 And then back in the real world lulls, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It's not every video game has the budget to do something like that. You think we'll get a full exhaust column from an SRB? Yeah. Man, that's a really nice moon. It's mooning us right now. Yeah, this game's gonna be amazing. Quite nice. Is Minmus coming back? Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure. That looks a lot more like the real moon's texture than it does the one from KSP1. Oh, that's so cool. Very cool. Great video. All right. What else do we have? I'll save that video for later because I know that I'm gonna get asked about it a bunch of times again. So we'll save it again. Let's see. The craters do look different. It looks much more like the real moon, and less like the Kerbal moon. At this point, shouldn't there be something not pre-alpha that they could show? All that stuff, Element, pre-alpha stuff is something that you put on everything to kind of show, hey, that's like saying it's just a work in progress. Pre-alpha, the definition of pre-alpha is very broad. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe now that the KSP1 team is working on it, we might start seeing some alpha footage, you know, but this is all just dailies and stuff, so they'd probably stick with pre-alpha. You just watch the Kerbal effect and damn. Yeah. When will there be a beta release? When it's ready? Yeah. Yeah, Lemprod, yeah, I saw that part. If we want to just jump into some crazy space news, you want to jump into the nuts stuff here, check this out. Take a look. Look at this. Oh, no, not that one. But, oh. So, Tyler Gray over at NASA Spaceflight found this picture. Nice, Panta. It's possible illness. Maybe. Oh, that's cool, Phil. There's an Antonov flying around. It's picking up the Atlas V for Landsat 9. Cool. That's awesome. So, what we have here is a Raptor vacuum here. It's the vacuum optimized nozzle of the Raptor engine. This one was confirmed by Elon on Twitter that it's going to fly on SN20. That one is going to go into space, which is... that's pretty nuts, to say the least. That's pretty insane. Yeah, nuclear, there you go. That's awesome. We'll talk more about Boca Chica in a moment. Let's see. What else do we got? So this was the next thing here. This is by Joe Navin and Lee Kanayama. It's an article about the upcoming Starliner mission. Oh, hey, Joe. How are you? There he is. All right, so let's read. Let's see what we got. ULA, Boeing, and NASA have all started their final preparations for the second orbital flight test, OFT-2, for the CST-100 Starliner spacecraft. OFT-2 will demonstrate all the changes made to the Starliner spacecraft following the partial failure of the OFT mission in December of 2019. Preparations are also underway for the Starliner crew flight test, including the delivery of the Atlas V rocket to Cape Canaveral, Florida. On the morning of December 20th, 2019, an Atlas N-22 launched from Slick 41 with the Calypso Starliner spacecraft, known as Starliner 3, for a planned 8-day mission to the ISS. After reaching orbit, Starliner suffered several software issues, causing the docking from the ISS to be called off. It did, however, successfully accomplish many of its mission objectives before returning to Earth. It landed at White Sands Space Harbor just 2 days after launch. Atlas N-22 placed Starliner into an initial suborbital trajectory, and the issues began after separation from the Centaur upper stage. An insertion burn was to start 31 minutes into the flight. However, an anomaly with Calypso's mission elapsed timer prevented Calypso from beginning the burn to place itself into orbit. After a separate intermittent communications issue, the Boeing team was able to send a command to Starliner to place itself into a stable orbit. The burn required Calypso's fuel reserves to drop too low to reach the ISS. This led Boeing and NASA to call off the ISS docking and finish the mission early. Later, the Boeing team learned that the incorrect mission elapsed time was to have incorrectly used the time from Atlas V's launcher, approximately 11 hours before the launch. Before conducting its deorbit burn, a second software issue was found, this time pertaining to Starliner's service module. Once the service module would separate, it would act as a separate spacecraft, but an error would cause the service module to impact with the capsule. Code was found before beginning the descent procedures. Yep. Good job thus far, Joe. You and Lee did a good job. The team made software changes to ensure a safe service module separation, which was successful. And Calypso landed safely at White Sands. Calypso became the second orbital capable spacecraft to land at White Sands after Columbia did on STS-3. Yep. Soon after, Calypso was sent to the Commercial Crew and Cargo Processing Facility, C-3PF, at Kennedy Space Center for refurbishment. A joint independent investigation team was established with NASA and Boeing to recommend fixes to prevent future anomalies. The investigation team came out with 80 recommendations for hardware software testing and ground simulations, and more end-to-end testing before each flight. Yep. While most changes to Starliner are software, one notable change is not. Boeing added a new cover to the nose of Starliner to help protect the docking system of Starliner from the dangers of re-entry. Yeah, Starliner's going to have a deployable nose cone now, like Dragons. Which is cool. That's awesome. Anything we can do to save more spacecraft. Excellent. They have another test dummy. And this is the anthropomorphic testing device. The test dummy that's going to fly into space, which flew into space on the first one, is going to fly again. That face when a test dummy has been to space more times than you. So basically it's going to open like Dragon's nose cone. Yep. Oh man, you guys hit that yawn command and you make me yawn again. You hit that dang yawn command and after I yawn and it makes me yawn again. This is your fault. We will drink more water. Is Starliner bigger than Dragon? No, not necessarily. There's a nice picture of a bunch of different spacecraft here. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. This will work. Who made this picture? They didn't give themselves credit. So there's a relative comparison of spacecraft. Starliner is about the size of an Apollo. Seriously, about the size of an Apollo spacecraft in terms of like interior capsule volume. The service module is a lot more compact though this time around because of COPVs. They didn't have COPVs during Apollo, so the service module was a little bit bigger. Keep in mind, if you look at Starliner with its service module, it's about as big as a Dragon 2, and there's a good reason for that. Dragon 2 basically has its service module built into it. That's why the Dragon 2 capsule is a more oblong shape than the rest of the other capsules that you see over here. Comparatively to like Soyuz, which has a dedicated service module, or Oryol, which is the Russian word for eagle, the Eagle capsule from Russia, that has a dedicated service module. Orion has the ESM. Starliner has its service module, and then Shenzhou has a service module as well. Dragon basically has the service module built into it for more reuse. The trunk that Dragon carries is just for solar panels and radiators, and it's an external cargo space. So that's what gives Dragon its more oblong shape, as opposed to a more kind of steeper cone shape that these other capsules have. So Starliner, once again, it's about as big as an Apollo capsule, and it has a separatable service module, which is why it's hard to compare it to Dragon. I think both of them have a very reasonably similar internal volume. I like Starliner for what it's worth, just on a side note. I think Starliner's a good capsule. It's a good design. I really, 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 really can believe that. Yeah, it's a good design. It has some problems with the computer, but on July 30th, we'll definitely see if they got those problems figured out. Now, that independent review team that Joe was talking about in the article, that was a tri-redundant accident. That was a tri-redundant accident investigation, meaning that NASA investigated it, Boeing investigated it, and an independent review team called IRT also investigated it. The three of them did their own accident investigations, and the three of them came to the same conclusion, which is a triple redundant investigation, which means that's really good, which means that the problems, while glaring, were easy to solve. Well, easy to solve. Keep in mind, I use that term very loosely because within the kind of construct of spaceflight engineering, these are relatively small changes. Software is not any hardware changes, that's for sure. And you got to remember that it's all relatively difficult. So that easy fix thing is all stacked on top of the entire complexity of the capsule. So they're relatively small changes, right? Comparatively to, like, oh, let's change the capsule pressure vessel. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot harder relatively, but you got to remember that it cumulatively adds up. These are hard problems to solve because it is spaceflight, but they're easier things to fix. It's just a timing error. I mean, there's also the service module, and there ended up being like 80 recommendations that they had, that the review team had for the capsule, but capsule is shaping up. Look, fellas, everybody can dump on Boeing, and you can use this as an opportunity to say, oh, the capsule, the Boeing, SpaceX is faster. And, well, SpaceX has gone a little bit faster. And I would say Boeing's spaceflight division definitely laid an egg here, because NASA basically said, hey, we trust you, build this, and we're gonna really watch over SpaceX to make sure they don't make a mistake. They kind of left Boeing to their own devices, and they kind of did screw up. But, hey, you know what? That stuff happens with spaceflight, man. It happens. Like, SpaceX had problems with the Dragon capsule with titanium or nitrogen tetroxide slugs hitting titanium valves in the Dragon capsule. They had you're gonna have teething problems. It happens with every single frigging spacecraft. So, I mean, I'll be real with you. The problems that Starliner and Dragon 2 have had are relatively small compared to, like, past spacecrafts. Just putting it out there. Hey, Isbik, what's going on? Yeah, did you see that the picture with the shuttle and Starship in there? I mean, you see this right here? This is why I like the shuttle. These look like something from the early 60s. Like, I get it, they're not. It says 21st century spacecraft up here, okay? These two over here, I'll be honest with you, I get it, the shuttle's design is from 1972, it first flew in 81. I get, this stuff over here looks like what we should expect from a 21st century space program. Like, this stuff over here is like, yeah, okay, those are spacecraft. These look like a bunch of eggs with rocket motors attached to the back. Like, and once again, I'm not trying to downplay the complexity over here. I understand where we are and I understand where we're at, but also, it's like that Top Gear meme. These are excellent, but I love these. I love these two over here. I want this stuff. Give me this. These are great. I know these spacecrafts are great, and I'm going to let you finish, but we all know that these spacecraft over here, this stuff over here in this area is quite good. Yeah, sneaky, right? And you know what? You know what the best part of this is? We're on the threshold of not having to choose. We could just have all of these things. Like, what spacecraft are good? How many of these spacecraft are going to be flying in the next couple of years? Yes. Yes. Maybe. Yes. 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 No. Yes. Hey, that's pretty damn good. I'll take that. That's fine with me. Can you post the link of this image? Sure. Is that Starship out of scale? No. No, Jim. Starship is about the size of the shuttle's external tank, believe it or not. Yeah. They're about the same size. Actually, Starship might be a little bit bigger because of that pointy nose. Yeah, that's about the size of Starship, the ET. So, yeah, that's about your size right there. It's just, yeah, exactly, Zonk. It's just a little bit bigger because, yeah. But it's interesting that ended up being relatively similar size because it's almost like you have to, like, no matter how you design your rocket, it has to have a certain amount of power to be able to get into orbit, right? So, like, for instance, if you took these engines right here and you put these on the bottom of the external tank, you get something similar to this, right? You get Energia. It's very similar, right? It's almost like, you know, you need a certain amount of energy to get into space. Well, Frilled, the shuttle is my favorite, man. That would be the only thing that would make the current space program better, is if the shuttle was still flying. Can you imagine if they were still flying the shuttle as they ramped up commercial crew? Oh, that would have been so clutch. Good news, drummer. All right, go check out Mr. Nimbus. Tell Mr. Nimbus I said hi. Why do they need to label those parts? Seems kind of obvious. Maybe it's for somebody that doesn't know as much about space as we do. It's possible. So, the good news is that we're getting up to the second orbital flight test for Starliner, and we are on the verge of having 2 crewed operational spacecraft. Actually 3 if you count Artemis 1. But we have, yeah, that's actually, I mean, if we want to throw Dream Chaser in there too, Dragon 2, Starliner, Orion. Hey, those 3 are pretty damn good. I'll take those 3. That's fine. There's Dream Chaser, which is coming along. Well, and while Dream Chaser won't fly initially in with crew capacity, the CEO of Sierra Space has said multiple times that the uncrew and crew versions of Dream Chaser share 95% part commonality. Basically, Dream Chaser, if you want to convert one to a crewed version, seats, control panel, windows. That's it. So, dude, Dream Chaser, Orion, Starliner, Dragon, Starship. What if we get Atlantis out of the museum? The shuttle is never coming back, Draco, unless someone decides to make new ones, in which case, I mean, if the Powerball got high enough, you would need like $30 billion at least to revive the shuttle program. It's never coming back. Yeah, that's never happening. I wish. Hey, Max, what's going on? Why is the X-37 listed on the human spaceflight chart? I don't know. Yeah. South Korea's top airline to develop propellant tank for small sat launcher. Cool. Yeah, Korea is really doing some work. So they took all the parts out of the shuttles and they used them for other things. The shuttles, what you see in the museum, guys, are basically the airframe, and that's about it. They took out all the cool stuff. Even the docking ports. The docking ports inside the shuttle are fake. The engines are fake. Well, the engines aren't fake. They're used nozzles, but the nozzle is attached to basically a brick where all the turbine machinery is. All the turbine machinery for that stuff found their way onto SLS or some other project. Heck, they took the shuttle's water tanks out and used them for something else. I forget. They ripped all the COPVs out. Some of the shuttle COPVs are actually on the Lucy mission, if you really want to know. One of the missions that NASA is working on to an asteroid, the Lucy mission has shuttle parts on it. Yeah, which is, hey, I don't hate that. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I'd have to go find the source, but yeah, they gutted those space shuttles. They're basically an embalmed version of a space shuttle. If I recall correctly, the X-37 was intended to be man-rated. Zonku, it could be. Boeing did a study. Now, keep in mind, it's the X-37B. So there's the X-37, the X-37A, the X-37B, and the X-37C. The differences in those, and once again, I'm going to actually you, and I apologize. I don't really like doing this. The differences are very big between the X-37A, B, and C. Okay, so the X-37 was designed by NASA, right? Believe it or not, under a very similar program that the X-33 was developed under, if I'm recalling that correctly. I might be pulling that one out of my tail. Then there's the X-37A, which is a revised version, and then after the A variant, NASA pulled out of the program. And the Air Force said, oh, you don't want to work on this reusable shuttle that we can use to test things in space? Yeah, we'll take that. And then the Air Force modified it and took out all the NASA stuff and put in all Air Force stuff, and they made the X-37B. Then after that, Boeing did toy around with the idea in 2013, 2014. Boeing toyed around with the idea of making a crew-rated version of the X-37 for an entry into the commercial crew program called the X-37C. But I haven't heard anything with that anywhere since 2014. So that means it's sitting on the shelf in Boeing's headquarters somewhere. The X-37C is a slightly bigger version, no payload bay, and people get to go inside. Which, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't have a problem with that. You should do that. They should make that. That would be really cool. But yeah, it's important to get the variants right. X-37B is the Air Force's version. A was the NASA variant, and then C was the crew variant. But they never made it. Are Starship's heat tiles the same as the shuttle? They're similar, Klavic. They're similar. They're using toughened unifibrous reinforced
Discovery.
tiles.
Go and throttle up.
It's something called Tough Rock for short. Here. Toughened unipiece fibrous reinforced oxidation resistant composite. This is a Mark II shuttle tile, and it is a NASA technology. Believe it or not, those toughened unipiece fibrous reinforced oxidation resistant composite tiles are the same tiles that the X-37 uses. Seriously. X-37B, while we're on the subject, has Mark II shuttle tiles on it. Though, that's Tough Rock right there. Now, keep in mind, these aren't shaped hexagonally they aren't shaped hexagonally like starships. But do you notice some things about this? These Tough Rock tiles don't need reinforced carbon-carbon. The X-37 is a similar shape to the space shuttle. It's a similar design. In fact, if they made a Mark II space shuttle, I guarantee you it would probably look like that. But you notice anything about this? There's no gray nose cone and there's no gray leading edge on this thing. Oh, what did you just do? Yep. Doesn't need RCC. It simplifies the thermal protection system. And it's funny because they designed these things for the space shuttle. Thank you, Sneaky. And they never implemented it. Oh, Sneaky, you're killing me right now. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. But yeah, the toughened unifibrous thing is actually a NASA innovation. It's a NASA innovation. The Technology Transfer Program, NTTP. Yeah. This is where all, I mean, SpaceX, the funny thing is that SpaceX, when they first made Falcon 9, you ever realize, like, how SpaceX just got really good at building rockets really, really quickly? You know why? Because they raided NTTP in like 10 years ago. And that's not a bad thing. That's literally what NASA's, that's NASA's purpose. A lot of folks don't understand what NASA's purpose is. NASA is designed to create technologies to explore the universe that a corporation couldn't. It's like a public research organization. So NASA would figure out how to make a base on the moon, and then the commercial sector would take over. That's the plan with NASA. That's always been the plan. That's one of their founding charters. So like stuff like the commercial crew program is literally doing what NASA is supposed to do. They're supposed to do that. Hey, Drool, 18-month resub, and Shaw gifted 2 subs, like Nerva. Exactly. The Technology Transfer Program, SpaceX basically rated that. Grid fins come from the transfer program. Let's see, the tiles come from that. Pintle-injected engines don't really come from that. The integrated power head, though, that Raptor uses, the integrated power head, design that uses hydrostatic turbine bearings. I'm not making up words, I swear. Basically, the thing that makes Raptor do Raptor things, that's a transfer program. And then my all-time favorite, supersonic retro propulsion. Supersonic retro propulsion. Supersonic retro propulsion. Supersonic retro propulsion. The idea of using the rocket engine as a heat shield, the gases coming off the rocket engine as a heat shield, that's a NASA tech. That was a technology transfer thing. Yeah, that's all that I mean, SpaceX basically rated that. SpaceX did what, like when NASA was originally started, they did what people wanted NASA to do. Go in there, take this technology and develop something. Falcon 9 is literally a product of NASA doing what it's supposed to be doing. So, yeah, I mean, we're reaping the benefits of that with SpaceX. I'm sure Elon Musk said at one point, you know, why is nobody rating the NTTP program? There's all this good stuff. Screw that. I'm going to do it because I have money. You know, and then everybody followed suit, which is great. Today, Junior. The Merlin comes from it in some way. Yeah, the LMDE is a pintle-injected engine that was used to land on the moon. Pintle-injected engines are very throttleable. It's a NASA technology. Tom Mueller liked pintle injectors, so I guarantee you they rated the NTTP. Anybody can do this. If you're a U.S. citizen, you can do that. Oh, yeah, you can go in there. There's NASA technical resources all over the place. Like, if you start a company and you go to NASA and be like, hey, I want to use this, you absolutely can. Bigelow did it with the expandable modules. Sierra Nevada did it with Dream Chaser. Dream Chaser, and like, I'm not trying to dump on Sierra Space because I love Dream Chaser and I love space shuttles. But Dream Chaser's design stems from the crew return vehicle, which stems from the HL-20, which the HL-20 was an escape pod that they designed for that NASA designed for the International Space Station program. And the shuttle was supposed to take it up into space and park it at the space station as a lifeboat. In case the space station went wrong, you get into a Dream Chaser and come back down. I mean, look at the HL-20 from the 80s. Take a look at this. The HL-20 Personal Launch System was a NASA spaceplane studied by the Langley Research Center around 1990. Geez, what does that look like? How many tiles would Starship have to lose to fail? I don't know. NASA does like a weird twisted version of trickle down. Yeah, it's not trickle down as we know it. Like, it's a government research agency that benefits the taxpayer, and it absolutely does. Like, what NASA does is amazing. You know what's funny is that this technology, you know, we always say how the Russians copy this and they copy that and da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, take a look at this. You see the HL-20 from the 90s and then look at the MiG-105. Oops. I'm sorry, that's funny to me. The spiral spaceplane is something that came about in the late 70s from the Russians with the Bor-4, which was a re-entry vehicle that they check that out. And it's funny because Bor-4, even though it's an elaboration, was based off of the HL-10, X-24A, X-24B. It was the Soviets' attempt at trying to make a lifting body, and that was based off of the Dryden Flight Research Center lifting body program, which was a program in the 60s to help try to spur the development of reusable spacecraft. Because something that we very quickly figured out from Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo is that refurbishing capsules is a waste of time. If you want to make true reusable spacecraft, you have to figure out a way to make the capsule into something like an airplane. And these lifting body designs did lead to the shuttle. You can see, look at the X-24A. That looks kind of like Dream Chaser, doesn't it? It's indirect collaboration. Exactly, lulz. And this is what I mean about getting it. You either get this or you don't. You know what I mean? That's why I like the Russians, because they get it. They duplicate and they elaborate. It's an elaboration. They take it one step further. And taking it one step further is kind of what inadvertently led us to the arms race. And however you feel about that, I don't know. But some cool technology did come out of that. Yep. You could see that they were starting to figure it out. They started to get it. Some of these things are... that thing is... I can already tell you right now that this thing in the center right here, the M2F3, that thing is very dangerous to fly. So what they do is they'd actually tow these behind an airplane, and they're gliders. They're 3 gliders because of gliding spacecraft. Yeah, that's not the right way to do this. That thing probably wanted... This thing probably is super susceptible to side slip, I'll tell you that right now. Probably very susceptible to side slip, and it's probably very susceptible to flipping over. Yeah, flipping over. It turns out that when you make a re-entry vehicle, if you picture a capsule in your mind, right? You picture a capsule in your mind. Turns out that if you take this shape and kind of extrude it a little bit so you have like your capsule shape, right? And then if you want to make a space plane, like the space shuttle for instance, you take this shape and you extrude it this way. See what I'm talking about? All space planes are, Dream Chaser, X-33 space shuttle, is this shape, more or less, stretched on one axis like that. Making it upside down would be like trying to re-enter a capsule nose first. Bad idea. That's all I can tell you, that plane probably didn't fly too well. So, check it out. You take a shape, here, we'll take a shape kind of like dragons, for instance, right? That kind of looks like dragon, right? Take that shape and extrude it this way. Right? Give it a tail. Ooh, that's a terrible looking tail. Right? Give it some wings. And then put some engines out the back. What does that look like? And then maybe give it some kind of nose cone. Gee. Huh, funny how that works. That kind of looks like a space shuttle. Interesting, huh? So, I can already tell you that M2F2 did not fly very well. And I'll be honest, I know. I know it didn't fly very well. I've read the PDFs about how it's susceptible to side slip when we were working on the X-33 program in Kerbal, and we will work on that a little bit more today. That's why they made the M2, M2F3 and the M2F4. They made a follow-on plane after this one. Maybe, yeah, there you go. See? These planes didn't really, the planes that, these ones don't really work too well, so they figured it out with the, what was it? Yeah, see? That was the X-24A, and they figured out that making the bottom flat, like a capsule, makes a really good space plane. See? You can kind of see some space shuttle influence here, and, well, you can kind of see some influences from this into the space shuttle. Pretty cool, huh? And they also figured out that a pointy nose cone is not good for slowing down if you're trying to make a re-entry vehicle. Pretty cool, huh? Lifting bodies, man. You could do stupid stuff. Well, not stupid. You could do stuff like this in KSP by dragging a plane behind you. You can make a cable basically out of a bunch of hydraulics or a bunch of robotic parts. We can make cables. You can do it. You could tow planes behind if you really wanted to. I've actually been kind of... Could we do that? Interesting. Make a wind tunnel. Kind of, it's possible. You'd have to have a lot of jet engines to create laminar flow. We could do it, I suppose. Long shot, but I can't remember if Pima has an AIM 120. Do you happen to remember if they do? Please hold. There's a munitions section right when you go through the front door, and it shows, I think it's showing mostly nuclear warhead designs. Cyborg. I think they have nuclear designs on the left, and I think they have conventional on the right. I don't know if there's an AIM 120 in there. There might be. I've tried in-air refueling, Dylan, in KSP. It doesn't work very well. The reason why is, well, multiplayer. So here's how you have to do in-flight refueling if you want to do it, okay? You have to get a plane near a runway, okay? You get it near a runway, you have your refueling plane parked on the runway, okay? And then you have to get the other plane within 200 meters of it to start simulating the physics. So you basically put the plane into a nice steady approach, right? Like you're gonna land on the runway, but trim it out so it doesn't land on the runway and it just flies over the plane on the runway. And then right when you get in physics range within 200 meters, you switch to that other plane and then take that plane off. And then you can tab back and forth and control each plane and refuel. I've done it before. It's cool and it's a really awesome thing to show off. But also at the same time, why? If you're gonna basically put the plane on approach and basically do everything but land on the runway and then do an in-flight refuel, it kind of defeats the point. The whole purpose of in-flight refueling is to have planes not get near the runway. You keep the plane up at high altitude because by far the most fuel inefficient part of an airplane, like how you save fuel is you stay up there. You don't come down here. A plane coming back down, right, and landing and then taking off again and getting back up into the air. The taking off and getting back up into the air part is what makes aerial refueling worth it. I'm trying to find the pictures. Here we go. Yeah, see? Here, I did it. You can fly two planes in formation, see? They're two different targets. I flew two K-78s in formation with each other to try and see if you could do in-flight refueling or just formation flying. It's totally doable, but not very useful. See? I even got the planes to kind of hug each other. So on-orbit refueling works, but in order to get on-orbit refueling working correctly, you have to get the plane near the runway, and that defeats the purpose of on-orbit refueling. Yeah, I got them to hug. I literally parked this thing on top of one, shut its engines off, and did a turn with it, and it just kind of held it there. Have you seen United Supersonic Aircraft in 2029? I haven't seen that yet, but yeah. See? Pretty cool, huh? New space news coming from RGV. All right, let me take a look. Yeah, cool talk about spacecraft. But we should see that Starliner mission coming back, coming soon on the 30th. Fuel farm on the ISS. Son, the thing about the International Space Station is that the International Space Station is a science facility. And don't get me wrong, it doesn't really matter. But also at the same time, the ISS is really designed to not have fuel near it. It's a research facility, so it's not really like a logistics space outpost. Think about it like if you have a truck stop on the highway, right? Think about it if you had a research lab on the highway and all the trucks stopped at the research lab. You can do some modifications, right, to make it into a logistics, like a truck stop, but that doesn't really make sense. You'd be better off making a truck stop and then having the research lab kind of next to it. You know what I mean? The ISS is a national laboratory, just like it's basically a NASA facility up in space. And because it's a NASA facility up in space, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to do propellant fueling there. Now, with that being said, NASA did study this concept in the 80s with the space shuttle, and this is one of the things that I really frigging wish they did with the space shuttle. The space shuttle could actually fly with the external tank all the way into space. With a low enough payload, with basically no payload in the payload bay, the shuttle can take an external tank all the way up into orbit. NASA studied the concept of taking the ETs and making them into a space station. I don't know who did this render. I probably should go check so we can give some credit. This is Tough SF on Twitter from a little earlier this year. Yeah, the shuttle was also another shuttle concept. Another shuttle concept that they came up with that they never used was called the aft cargo carrier. The aft cargo carrier from the shuttle program is basically a payload fairing sitting on the back of the external tank. Now, I don't think I need to tell you how useful an 8.4 meter payload fairing on the back of the shuttle could be. The shuttle could fly into space, right? You could have a docking port in here, and then on the aft cargo carrier, you could have an upside down docking adapter and an airlock that could tap into the bottom of the hydrogen tank, evac all the liquid hydrogen out of the tank, right? And this could have RCS and an airlock, and the shuttle could fly with the ET into space, separate, flip around, dock to the back of the external tank, and you could use the hydrogen tank you could basically use that as a wet workshop, as a space station. And if you attached a common berthing mechanism, or a CBM here for short, the shuttle could bring up an MPLM, and now you can install racks inside of this. This is the potency that the shuttle offered that we never freaking used. The shuttle could have been insane. It could have been ridiculous. We could have had space stations that were the size of small cities. Now you take this external tank, right, and you put a big 6-axis node on it, like a Zvezda module or a Russian DOS. I can't type. You take one of those external tanks and you put a 6-axis coupler on the front like this, like the Russian Salyut module, and you could just keep combining external tanks to external tanks to external tanks to external tanks. You could just keep combining them. And before you ask, well, how would the shuttle have maneuvered all this stuff into orbit? Well, the shuttle has the robotic arm. It can build whatever you want in space. It built a football field-sized space station in space, no problem. It has no problem moving around heavy components like that. It can do it just fine. The shuttle also has the external tank attached to it, and the shuttle has RCS. The shuttle could have maneuvered the ETs right into position while it was still attached and then popped off. That would have been a little dangerous because liquid hydrogen would have been in it, but you could have done it. And heck, some of those external tank modules could have just been basically a fuel pump and a storage and a transfer umbilical. The shuttle could dock near this thing. The external tank plumbing lines, the pipes that was used to feed the RS-25s are already designed to have fuel flow in them both ways. And they are already designed with vent lines for autogenous pressurization, meaning you have your vent line and your fuel line on the same umbilical, primed for refueling. That is an easy way to do on-orbit refueling. Because with a conventional stage design, right, you have your vent up at the top of the liquid fuel tanks, and then you have your plumbing going to the rocket engine in the back. So if you wanted to refuel like a Centaur, and I'm not saying that ULA can't do this, you wanted to refuel a Centaur, you have to attach something to the vent line and attach something to the plumbing line. The shuttle's umbilicals had vent and plumbing on the same umbilical. So does SLS, for what it's worth. And I've been saying SLS wet workshops are a really good idea. You want a really cheap and easy way to replace the ISS? There you go. Guess what also uses that? Vent lines and plumbing on the same umbilical. Yeah, no, not him. Not him. Starship. I don't know if Elon does it. He might be an alien. Who knows? I don't know. See what I'm talking about? Dude, the shuttle could have been insane. The shuttle could have been... Back in 1982. The shuttle could have thrown a football over those mountains. Back in 1982. No, it really could have been ridiculous. And the shuttle could carry a Centaur stage inside of it. They just never did it because it was too dangerous. Did I just hear a wet workshop with the first stage? Could be done, Saitam, why not? It would be a little bit harder to do with SLS because there's no aft cargo carrier for the SLS core stage because there's an engine section there. But it's possible. Could we do that with Starship? Well, Dylan, Starship, the reason why I showed Elon is because Starship's umbilicals have vent lines and liquid fuel lines on the same umbilical plate. Because Starship is designed to refuel. We had the designs, not we had the designs. All this stuff was figured out with the shuttle. And I'm not saying that SpaceX is just looking at the shuttle and saying, well, we're going to make that, but we're going to make it better. I mean, kind of, but could you use a Saturn V to lop up a full external tank for the shuttle? Yeah, sure, Geeson, but air started. See, there's a problem with the shuttle engines. And keep in mind, they were designed this way. RS-25s are not their starting mechanism, so what starts them up is ground side. The starter motor for the shuttle engines is a part of the launch pad. So air starting an RS-25 is prohibitive. I forget what part of it is ground side. I forget why it is. You'd have to ask Rocket Guy about this, but he's been MIA lately because he's been working on stuff. I forget what part of it's ground side, but you can't air start those things. Now, Geeson, if we wanted to, another thing that you could do with the space shuttle, if you really wanted to, right? That aft cargo carrier could just have RL-10s in it. You could have RL-10s on that thing, and the shuttle could bring an external tank up, right? And then you could have a shuttle pop off, right? And you launch a conventional rocket that docks to the external tank, fills up the ET with fuel, and on the back of the external tank, you have RL-10s or a nuclear engine or something, and zip, there you go. You have a nuclear tug that's as big as Starship. This is what we could have done with the shuttle. Believe it or not, that design offers an insane amount of customizability. You can do a bunch of crazy things with this thing. Like that one. The aft cargo carrier is the one I'm just ashamed that we never did. That's a damn shame, because that's a really good idea. Can you imagine what could be possible with this and a Centaur? So if the shuttle was carrying a Centaur G back here, Centaur G. It's like Peepo G, but with Centaurs. So you launch one of these up into space, right? And you put a docking umbilical on the back. The shuttle pops the Centaur off, uses the robotic arm, plugs it into the back of this, and makes a spaceship that has a Centaur propulsion system on the back. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not sure why you would do that. You'd need the wet workshop, but you could use the external tank as basically a gigantic spaceship that you can make in space. They should have taken up a dry Centaur and then used Delta and Atlas to build a fuel depot, but no. Well, Hellfish, you know how I always kind of at the end of the day am like, don't second guess NASA, right? Like, they know they're pretty damn good at this stuff, right? Now, NASA said that putting a Centaur stage inside of the shuttle could cause the pooling of hydrogen in spots that are basically too close to the crew. And well, that is very true. That is very true. Something that I don't really understand is the safety margin involved there. And when I say I don't understand, I'm not trying to be rhetorical. I'm not trying to be like, well, why didn't they just do this? Because anytime somebody asks that kind of question, it's usually because they don't know what they're talking about, right? And I'm sure there's a good reason. But look, at the end of the day, this part of the shuttle has a very, very high amount of hydrogen going through it. And they're citing gaseous hydrogen pooling as the problem, not realizing the irony in that statement that there is a gigantic pool of hydrogen right here. I don't understand, and once again, if anybody wants to go find a technical resource as to why, I'd love to read it. Why putting a little bit more hydrogen right here is, oh, nope, that's where we draw the line. Nope, can't do that. I understand that pooling inside of the payload bay could be a concern, and that's probably the reason why, but you already have pooling right here anyway. But the difference is that there's a big firewall right here. But then again, there's another big firewall right here. But I guess exposing all the Centaur G stuff to the electronics, because the wiring of the shuttle goes down here underneath, right? I guess exposing that all could be, you could have unforeseen stuff. So I guess that kind of makes sense. But also at the same time, you're riding next to a Olympic swimming pool worth of liquid hydrogen. I don't understand how a freaking hot tub of liquid hydrogen right next to it could be like, well, nope, that's where we draw the line. But once again, I think I understand. Hydrogen's a pain in the butt. It goes everywhere that you don't want it to go. So I don't think I need that. If I could have the opportunity to keep that as far away from the people as possible, I probably would too. So Yeah, Rev, maybe. And you have a big firewall between the shuttle and the external tank, the heat shield. Yeah, Swishio, but there's some of it going behind the heat shield. The back of the guys, they fuel up the external tank through the space shuttle. The space shuttle has the T1 and the T0 carrier umbilicals on the sides. The T0 is on the port side of the space shuttle. That fuels hydrogen. The T1 carrier umbilical fuels liquid oxygen. The back of the space shuttle has these big umbilicals on it. And it's funny because SLS uses the same exact things, which is pretty cool. The space shuttle has these huge umbilicals on the back, and they pump. That's where they pump the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen through to. See them right there? It's this. There's a huge umbilical right there, and then there's another one on the other side. One's for hydrogen, one's for oxygen. They pump through the back of the shuttle, Swishio. So the fuel line goes through here, through the back of the shuttle, out the bottom of the shuttle, and into the external tank when they're filling it up with fuel. And then, when they turn the engines on, it goes backwards. It goes backwards out, and instead of going out the umbilical, there's a huge valve right here that makes it go into the 3 engines instead. You know, because you're going to discard the external tank, right? They needed to make it as simple as possible. And then the shuttle engines have a tap-off vent line, right? And that vent line goes back through the umbilicals and into the external tanks to keep the external tanks at pressure. Some of the gases that these engines produce wind up right back into the external tank to keep the hydrogen in the LOX tank at flight pressure throughout the ascent regime. That's called autogeneous pressurization. Starship uses that. Believe it or not, Starship uses that same technology for its RCS, or at least it will. It's called hot gas thrusters. That's what they are. It's some of the explodiness coming off of the rocket engines, or coming out of the rocket engines, gets captured, right? And put into a pressurized system, and then they can use that for RCS, for tank pressure, for whatever. SpaceX is going to use that for maneuvers in space, and they're also going to use that to mitigate boil-off in the header tanks. I'm almost certain it's an issue with eliminating venting routes at the end of the cargo bay. Most likely, Cynerd. It's hydrogen pooling in the bay. They deemed that risk was too much for the reward. It is what it is. All right, fine. So we don't want to do it that way. Launch Centaur G on a Titan. But then again, you can't do that because the shuttle was designed to replace everything. Dude, we literally... in the late 70s, early 80s, we tried to phase out Atlas, Titan, Delta, and Delta. We were going to phase all of them out and replace them all with the shuttle. That proved to be a very stupid idea. That's the reason why the Air Force pulled out of the shuttle program. And that's the reason why we got the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program. The EELV program gave us Titan 4, initially, Atlas 3, Atlas 5, Delta 4, and Delta 3 if you really want to kind of lump that in there. And then the modern version of the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program is the National Security Space Launch Program, NSSL for short. NSSL came around with the Space Force in 2017, and the NSSL program, amongst other things, champions reuse and champions good space environmental stewardship. It's a really good space environmentalist bill, believe it or not, considering it came around in 2017 with the with the 2017 Transitional NASA Authorization Act, which is under Space Policy Directive 1. No, I'm not pulling this out of my tail. Go and look it up. SPD 1, 2, and 3 were designed to basically not pollute space as much. Straight up. And monitor space more. They actually increased the regulations, but consolidated the amount of places that you need to go. NSSL is Vulcan and Falcon 9. Cool story, huh? When I say that we're still reeling with the effects of Challenger 30 years later, there you go. Well, Falcon 9 and Vulcan flying national security missions are a direct result of that, believe it or not. Little bit of a history lesson there. Anyway, next news. All right, so this footage is coming from RGV, and it looks like RGV took a picture of Starship's current launch site right here, and then they have the blueprints from the draft environmental assessment from SpaceX. They have the blueprints here showing how much of the pad is completed and how much of it has been not completed, or partially completed, I guess. I still can't believe that they made parking spaces next to a launch pad. That's just strange for me. I thought the hot gas RCS was just gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen plus spark equals thrust. Yeah, where do you think that comes from, Synerd? Just boil off? Boil off isn't enough to keep those thrusters working. Why would you use boil off? You're depressurizing the tanks if you do that. No, it comes from the tap-off cycle from running the Raptors. Same stuff, though. Stage combustion, man. I kept that analogy very general, okay? If you really want to go into techniques, the tap-off is before main combustion. It's the staging cycle, where you have gaseous methane and gaseous oxygen going into the main rocket and then hitting that with more fuel and more oxygen and blowing it out the bottom. It's kind of like EGR. Kind of like EGR on a car, but it would be like recirculating the intake air post atomization. So like a tap off post port injection. Signer, can you imagine if like you had two intake valves, right? After a port fuel injected car, you have two intake valves, and one of those valves goes right back up and feeds into the intake. That's basically what it's doing. That's basically how a stage combustion cycle works too. And you know what? Just on a side note, Signer, you know what's actually kind of crazy? Cars are starting to use something similar to a stage combustion. There's a car version of it. Like Mazda's Skyactiv is kind of like that. They stage the fuel. The AFR mixture, they pre-ignite it, and then they put it in the combustion chamber to get better efficiency. That's what Skyactiv is from Mazda. That's what they do. It's like a stage combustion cycle for car engines. I don't know why more people aren't picking up on this. Hey, Mako, what's going on? Yeah, they've increased internal combustion engine. Mazda increased internal combustion engine efficiency by like 20%, which is unbelievably good, considering that ICEs are junk when it comes to energy efficiency. All right, so there's the tower, and the tower and the launch pad are basically in place here. The draft environmental assessment plans that SpaceX initially rolled out here pretty much mirror exactly what's gone on thus far. However, SpaceX in the draft environmental assessment or DEA plans, it wants to build another launch pad. They're going to build another one with another fuel depot like this over here. Pretty crazy. I'm still wondering what's going on right here with this air separation unit. It looks like they might make fuel directly on site, which is nuts to me. To finish Starship stuff up, do we have a new video? Here, I'll just pull it up over here. We'll watch that in a moment. So doesn't the pressurization system just use the heat of the combustion chamber to vaporize the propellants and then direct that vapor back to the matching propellant tank? I doubt that it taps off after the preburner because that would introduce combustion byproducts into the propellant tanks. I guess. I mean, I'd have to go review it, Synerd. I mean, if you want to go be technical about it, go check it out. Go check it out. I mean, you got to remember, dude, I'm recalling this off the top of my head, and sometimes I keep analogies general. You might be right. That makes more sense. I mean, because then you're mixing locks. Yeah, I mean, but if they have the hot gas thrusters off the autogenous pressurization on a separate system, then it doesn't matter. So, like, if the tap-off cycle from the engines is feeding into a COPV, then it doesn't really matter. I mean, but then again, having liquid fuel and oxidizer inside of the same COPV in a hot gas system doesn't seem smart. So you might be right. I mean, I could be wrong on that one. I would suggest going and checking it. But yeah, I mean, I was trying to be more general with the analogy to get the point across. But yeah, if we want to get into specifics, yeah, I would invite you to go and look it up. I'm going to watch this video, though. I'm going to watch this video now. So this video is coming from NASA Spaceflight. NSF is nice enough to let us go and look and check out this footage here. Every day we can watch it for basically nothing. Make sure you go over and support them, okay? Ode news, but do you know about Bill Gates' next project? They're building a fusion reactor in Wyoming. Cool stuff. Oh, neat. Any idea why they sort of stopped finishing the GSE tanks for now? GSE 3 is finished for about a month and waiting at the production site, and GSE 4 completion seems to have stopped. Starfleet, anytime you see production stop like that in any SpaceX thing means they changed the plan. I noticed this right off the bat when SN15 landed. When SN15 landed, it was very different than when like SN5 and SN6 landed. When 15 stepped down, they left it at the landing site for like a week. So what does that tell me? That tells me that Elon basically changed what they were doing. So if those GSE tanks kind of are just sitting there doing nothing, that means they changed something. It's like a glitch in the Matrix. When you get deja vu in the Matrix, oh, I just had a little bit of deja vu. That means they changed something. And when they changed something, I mean, Elon said, nah, don't do that. Let's do this instead. So after SN15 with 16, they stopped work completely on 17 and then scrapped the thing. And they finished 16 and then just left it there, and it's sitting out in a field next to 15 right now. And then Elon said, oh, we might use it for something else later. That tells me that they changed the plan a little bit. And if they're changing the plan a little bit, yeah, who knows? Now, with that being said, the GSE tanks could be just waiting. They could have prioritized building out the pad first and then the GSE tanks second. So, like, they only have so many times during the day, during the week, that they can close the road to move stuff to the pad. So maybe they prioritized moving the tower first. Who knows? I know the tower sections are being moved right now, so. Yeah, Elon celebrated his birthday with a fireworks display, and they had a party inside of the high bay. With engine chill, how do they not freeze weld everything with how cold the hydrogen is? Freeze weld? How does one freeze weld something? What is freeze welding? I've never heard of that. Cold welding is a solid-state welding process in which joining takes place without fusion or heating at the interface of the 2 points. Unlike the fusion welding process, no liquid nitrogen or molten phase is present. Cold welding was first recognized as a general materials phenomenon in the 1940s. It was then discovered that 2 clean flat surfaces or similar metal would strongly adhere if brought into contact while in a vacuum. Newly discovered micro and nanoscale cold welding could show potential in nanofabrication processes. It sounds like cold welding happens between 2 solids and not a liquid and gas in a solid, Goalie, and I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's probably the reason why it doesn't happen. Have we seen pictures inside of it? No. I'm not sure what's going on. It looks like there's a light show going on in there. Kind of, what is that? Kind of a lame fireworks show? I mean, Pyro, I know what you mean. It's not like the 4th of July fireworks show, right? But also at the same time, where's your fireworks show for your birthday? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I get a fireworks show for my birthday. I was born on the 5th of July. I was supposed to be born on the 4th, but I didn't want to be born on the 4th because I didn't want to take away from America's birthday. So I was born on the 5th. So I get a fireworks show basically for every birthday. Yeah. Where's your birthday fireworks show? Oh, wait. You don't have one. I'm just messing with you, man. I mean, you know, we can sit here and say that it sucks, but, you know, not everybody gets a huge party at the top of their rocket building factory and a fireworks show. Like, right? You know? I do fireworks for all occasions. Good man. Good man. I also know, at least here in Florida, it isn't legal just to set off fireworks on any day you want, unless you're at Disney. Yeah, maybe. Out of patriotic respect, that's right, Squishin. Never in my life have seen a birthday party with fireworks. I mean, to be truthful, I get the leftover fireworks from the 4th of July on my birthday, so, you know, I'm not going to say that I haven't had birthdays in the past that involved explosions. Actually, a couple 4th of Julys ago, I started taking apart the fireworks and making better fireworks. I took the pyrotechnics out of the firework and just kept the rocket part, and then, yeah. I used the... I tried to use the charge from one of the fireworks the charge that happens for the pyrotechnic pop. I tried to use that to light off a second stage, and I tried to make a 2-stage firework. It didn't work. It blew up. Yeah, it just went... Yeah, it didn't 2-stage. The second stage just popped. Yeah. Hey, whatever. I still got it to fly. I mean... Yeah. It turns out, and then I tried to make a reusable one that goes up, and then it just comes back down, and you could take it and you could fill it again. The problem is that cheap fireworks use plastic for an outer casing, and let's just say the plastic is ablative, so the nozzle from the firework was completely shot. Yeah, it turns out you can't reuse fireworks. They're designed to be one-time use. Show your fingers? Actually, my fingers, look at that finger. Look at my ring finger, dude. I dropped a freaking brake drum from the cornet on my finger. So like I was trying to move it up onto the hub, and I had my hand underneath it, right? And I let it go, and I tried to catch the freaking brake drum, and bonk! The edge of the brake drum caught my fingernail into the pavement. Yeah, that hurt. Yeah, that's blood underneath the fingernail. Yeah, if you've ever done that, that really frigging hurts. It's not one of those things where you're like, oh god, hurt. It's just one of those annoying things that kind of stays there. And now when I'm typing, if I press with that finger, it hurts. Yeah. Should have just let that brake drum just fall onto the ground. That probably would have been a better thing to do. Well, Synerd, it wasn't that... I had the cornet just up on jack stand, so it wasn't that much, and I almost got it, but it just kind of tapped a little bit. That hurt. I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, whatever. Synerd, did I tell you about the fiasco with the freaking drums, dude? So... Oh my god. I went to mess with the brakes on the cornet to get it ready for the auto show, just on a quick side note. I did that on Saturday. This is the reason why I was so late for the Saturday stream. And what I wanted to do was, I noticed that the master cylinder had no fluid in it. And the cornet has basically been sitting since last summer. I didn't drive it much last summer because COVID and stuff, right? It had basically been sitting. So I looked over I got the thing up on 4 jack stands. I looked over the entire brake system, and one of the wheel cylinders was an original one, and it was leaking. The hub was totally caked in brake dust, right? So it was leaking. So I found my leak, which is great. So I buttoned that all up, right? I buttoned up the stupid leak, and then I'm like, okay, well, we got to bleed the brake cylinders again, right? You know how that is. So I got to bleed it, right? So at this point, just keep in mind, the left front was a new wheel cylinder, the back right was a new wheel cylinder, and then the back left was an old wheel cylinder that was shot, and the front right was a new wheel cylinder as well, okay? So I had 3 out of 4, right? And the 4th one was leaking. This just goes to show you that you should, replacing in pairs is probably a good idea. And I don't know why I didn't do this before, but I digress. So, right, we go to do this, right? And we go to bleed. Back right bleeds just fine, right? Go to bleed the brakes. I start on the back left. Bleeder nipple snaps off. Right? And then, it snapped off, and I noticed that was the leak, right? So, kind of a little weird not a change of events, but I had a feeling, and then the bleeder nipple snapped off, so I replaced it anyway. Replaced the wheel cylinder, put it back on, buttoned it up, and I'm like, okay, we're good. So you know if the wheel cylinder goes, you have to take the whole drum apart. So I had the whole drum off on the back left hub on the Cornet. The whole thing was in pieces. The shoes on the brakes are still good, so I put it all back together. It's fine. So I'm like, oh, great. Okay, great. Now we got to rebleed the system again, right? So I go to bleed it, start at the back right, back left. Brimo's sitting there pushing the pedal. Pedal open, pedal close, pedal open, pedal close, right? Back left bleeds just fine. I get to the front right, and I'm bleeding it. It's good. I'm bleeding it. It's good. Bleeder nipple snaps off. This is the new one now. The new bleeder nipple snaps off, and I'm just like, okay. Now, fortunately, I have spares. I have spares for the new ones, not for the old ones. But now it doesn't matter because there's all new wheel cylinders on it anyway. So I snapped a new one because I'm an idiot and I wasn't paying attention. That was totally my fault. That wasn't the car. So I took apart the entire front drum. And anybody knows that taking apart front drum brakes means that you got to take the wheel bearings apart because it's not a drive wheel. So I had the whole front hub completely apart, control arms separated because it's a two-piece knuckle. And I had to take the wheel cylinder out, and the only way I could get at that junk bleeder nipple was I tried to easy out it, and I tried to do it when it was in the car. It didn't work. So I took the thing out and had to put it in a vise, and then I had to easy out the nipple, and fortunately it worked. And then I put the replacement in, and then put that all back together, and then bled the brakes for the third time. And then it worked. Now the Coronet has brakes. They're drum brakes, so they don't work very well, and there is still some air in the system. But I did drive it to the show yesterday. It's fine. How hard are you torquing these things? It's not that I'm torquing these things, Hellfish. It's that my brake... Now, keep in mind, I didn't really... This was a spur-of-the-moment thing, all right? I forgot that the auto show that I like going to was last weekend. So my uncle called me on Friday and said, hey, come to the auto show with a Coronet. And I'm like, oh, okay, I just need to tune up the engine. And then I proceeded to find that the brakes were gone. So I went and got my bleeding kit out, and I don't have the bleeder nipples on the the new wheel cylinders were made in China, so they're metric. And I only have standard. So that's what led to those things getting all screwed up. Yeah, I have to find a metric brake tool. I have all the brake tools, and rebuilding the drum brakes wasn't too bad. I have a drum brake kit, but yeah, it's just the bleeder nipples aren't metric. Yeah, pain in the butt. Yeah, I'm going to swap them with 9/32 bleeder nipples at some point. I just got to match the thread. So, yeah, that was the reason why I was late on Saturday for the stream. Because I spent 6 hours doing basically a full brake job on the Coronet. But it works, and I got it to the show and back. The radiator is shot on the Coronet. It needs a new radiator. Yeah, that engine was overheating like you would not believe. I had to be very careful with it. But I did get the Coronet up to speed on the highway. Turns out that right at 65, 70 miles an hour, it does exactly what it still does exactly what the car in my summer car does. It starts getting speed wobbles. So I'm like, yep, nope. Yep. It runs, though. It runs and drives, so that's good. Any pictures of the show? I do have pictures on Twitter, but I didn't take a lot. I wanted to, but I ended up not doing it because I ended up enjoying the show, and I was just really freaking tired. I stopped GTA racing at 3 in the morning, and then got up at 6 and went to the show. Yeah, it was, See, getting to the auto show early is really nice, because if you sit at the entrance, you get to see all the cars coming in. Yeah, and then I sat there and watched all the cars coming in, which is why we didn't take many pictures, even though I probably should have. Where's the retweet? There we go. There's a picture of the show. This is maybe about a quarter of the show is in this picture. It went up the hill. This is at the Medfield State Hospital in Massachusetts. This isn't near me, so I don't have any qualms about saying where it is. There was a huge variety of cars there, though. S197s. There's an Elko right there. Challenger, C4 Corvettes, C10, Camaros, Mustangs, Trans Ams, Chevelles, Malibus, everything. Galaxies, Fairlanes, Falcons, Saw everything there, dude. There was all kinds of stuff. There was flat fender Willys. You could see the top from the Westfalia van right there. Some guy showed up in an 89 Volkswagen Westfalia, which was pretty cool. Eliminator coupes, if you like ZZ Top, you can just see it over there. That one's chopped though, so it looks a little weird. Dude, there was a Superbird. You can't see it in that picture. There was a Superbird, a GNX. I got pictures of the GNX. Can we put Hellcat brakes on the Coronet, please? I was looking at disc brake conversions, Hellfish. We'll figure something out. But I had the hubs all apart, dude. The bushings on the control arms are shot. I would not drive that thing long distances. Now, keep in mind, I can make it back roads all the way to Medfield from Newton. You could take Route 9 to Route 27, and if you live in Boston, you know what that means. And that's basically what I did. Yeah, I kept it off of the big highways. I would not drive that thing on a big highway. That probably is the reason why it was speed wobbling so bad. A real bird or a copy? It was real, goalie. It was a real one. And the GNX was real, too. Sequence number 107. It was an 87 GNX. It had the sequence number. The guy had all the paperwork. It had the ASC plates on it, which was amazing. What else was there? There was a 69 Charger, 440 Magnum, 4-speed car in lime green. I wonder if that's in that picture. Hold on. There's a Cutlass. There's a Tri-5. There's another Tri-5. There it is. There's the Charger right there. There it is. It's in the picture. Yes, it's in the picture. Lime green, vinyl top, 440 Magnum, 4-speed car. That Charger was so cherry, man. It was so clean. Oh, dude, it was money. It was money. Now, I went with my uncle, so the Coronet isn't in this picture. I went with my uncle. My uncle's a big Corvette guy, so I always park up with the Corvette people at this show, and they don't like the Coronet. You know why? Because it's not a Corvette. The name sounds similar. So my car is always at the back of the show, and I don't really care. It's just, who cares? You better come to Turkey Rods. Did you hear the news that the 777X pitches up and down on its own during test flying without input from the pilots? FAA halted the certification. Man, Boeing just really can't get that software stuff right, can they? Take the F-100 next year? Pretty much, Jim. Yeah. There was no 59s at this show. I found there was a 61 unibody, which is really cool. There's a 61 unibody that was running a 427. Guy had a 427 sock motor in a 61 unibody pickup truck, which was that was freaking cool. Basically a huge engine in a really small truck. Like the kind of stuff that I make in Beam. 440 Magnum with a 6-pack. You hang on to a car this cherry, kind of like your suitcase. Oh, come on, J-Shelf. Melted chocolate in the dash. That really ups the resale value. I think we're going to be okay here. They got a thin candy shell. Surprised you didn't know that. I think your brain has a thick candy shell. Your brain has the shell on it. Are you talking? Shut up, Richard. F-100 progress. About 85% done. You ever thought about coming to Reno for hot August nights? Hulk, I want to. Yeah, I saw that, Forge. Interesting. So that... J-Shelf, the funny thing is that David Spade, 440 Magnum with a 6-pack. That doesn't make any sense. The Magnum refers to the type of fuel delivery mechanism. 6-pack also refers to the fuel delivery mechanism. So if we want to play technical Mopar games, right? Saying a Magnum in a 6-pack is like saying I have a carburetor with a carburetor on top. The Magnum is the 4-barrel carburetor that came on the 440, and the 6-pack is the twin 3-2-barrel carburetors. So saying a Magnum with a 6-pack makes no sense. But just, yeah, whatever. It's not that shit. Tommy Boy isn't about car. Well, it kind of is, but whatever. Bad bushings are a good excuse to start pro touring suspension. Yeah, we're looking at a lot of cash to do that, Hellfish. About $2,000 for if we wanted to put nice suspension in the front and back. Don't worry, I'll still do it. Like, I wouldn't mind doing it. I want to put discs up front, dude. 4 drums is cool, but yeah, we're gonna need to put discs on that thing. It's a freaking heavy car. 3 4-barrels. I mean, I don't know why you'd need that much fuel, Tars. You're gonna run really fuel rich if you do that, even with a 440. Yeah, I could just replace the bushings for now. But yeah, it was a great show. Awesome show. About 1,000 cars showed up. Just on a side note. Anyway, let's finish watching the NSF video. Can we see a picture of what, son? What do you want to see a picture of? 4-wheel discs? Oh. Hey, Moonkeeper. The car. The Dodge? Alright, here, hold on. I can put it up on Discord here. I'll put it in the Cars and Motorsports channel, and then we'll hold on. I'm going boomer tier with my stupid phone, I'm sorry. I know, it's pathetic. Yeah, Discord.
Discovery,
I
go and throttle up.
Let's think of my phones here. Oh boy. Yeah, that's great. Yep, can't open that file. Lovely. Are we the boomers? We're the baddies. Here, I'll just do it this way. Let me... All I'm trying to do is make an MPEG. All I'm trying to do is tell you to wait a second. It saves it, if I send it right to Discord, it saves it as a .heic, which is, yep, I don't know what that means. Hey, Whitey, 47-month resub. Thank you. I got sent this picture from somebody that took a picture of my car, of the Coronet. So that's why I'm like scrounging for pictures. I never took a picture of the damn thing. Let's just copy. Let's just do this. Once again, it's just freaking boomer tier in here. Is one of the formats iOS saves. Nobody supports it though. Yeah, so great. Thanks, Apple. There we go. All right. Now let's try. There it is. I got it. Should be in the Cars and Motorsports channel now. Like I said, dudes, I'm boomer too when it comes to this stuff. I have a lot of people fooled though. Compressing files. Favorite car from yesterday that you saw? That Superbird was pretty awesome, dude. Imagine using iTrash. Imagine giving a crap about what phone somebody uses. That's a hilarious concept to me. It's not uploading. That's good. Great. How many cars did you purchase yesterday and why was it 37? On the way to the parking lot. Wait, what? Yeah, it was a real Superbird, guys. So the Superbird is a ridiculous car. The King, if you like the Disney movie Cars, the King with the huge wing in the back, you know, from the Cars franchise, that's a Superbird. Dodge took their aerodynamic division because Dodge used to be a defense contractor once upon a time. Yeah, it's not working. So that's good. Dodge's aerodynamic, it had an aerodynamic division, and then they wanted to get a leg up in NASCAR, so they took their aerospace engineers that were working on the Saturn 1B, and they told them to go make a car. So they initially came up with the idea of the Dodge Daytona in 1968, which was basically a Charger with some heavy aerodynamic upgrades on it. Now keep in mind, hey, we're not really known for aerodynamics over here, okay? At least not from cars from the 60s, right? So this is what the Daytona looks like. Right? So they basically put an air dam on the front, like a splitter, to create high compression or high air pressure right here, and then shoot the air pressure off the side so it doesn't go underneath the car. Then they put the wing. A lot of people say, "Oh, the wing is that high, so the trunk can open." No, the wing is that high because the wing is up above this, so it gets good. It gets laminar flow over the wing. That means you don't need a high angle of attack on the wing, and that means you can, at higher speeds, the lower not angle of attack, the angle of incidence on the wing means that it pushes the rear end into the ground at high speed and gets you more grip. Once again, I know it's the 60s, not exactly the best, but the other thing that they did was put reliefs in the hood right here. They're backwards facing vents because some of the air that was used to get up here and cool the brakes would pressurize inside of the quarter panel, and then they made a relief so the pressure actually leaks out the top. A lot of these innovations, you know, you look at this car and you're like, wow, that looks stupid. But a lot of these innovations found their way into, let's see. Let's just look at a random Formula One car. Oh, geez, the wing's really high. Funny how that works. The wing's really high for limb. Oh, geez. Interesting concept. I just chose the RB6 because Red Bull is doing very well. The wings being high on the back of a car is something that found its way into Formula One eventually. Is the front detached because it's a giant crush core? There's no crush core on that car. They just put a nose cone on the front. It looks like a Plymouth. That's a Dodge, actually. Yeah. Different. Anyway. There was a sub in there from Whitey McMuffin for 47 months. Okay, Boomer, yeah. Sorry, I can't get that picture. The picture doesn't want to go. It just sits at compressing files when I try to upload it into Discord, so. Sorry about that, boys and girls. No. Okay, perfect. Upload it on Imager and then share the link. Yeah, I'll probably do that. It's just I mean, you guys have seen the Coronet before. I'll just show you another picture. So the car that I took to, and I want to get back into space news here, but yeah, it's all right. The car that I took to the Cape, you guys, not to the Cape, I'm sorry. I'm reading like 20 different things at once. I've gotten into this weird habit of saying what I'm reading on the screen, like teleprompter style when I'm talking. But you guys have seen the Coronet before. Here it is. It's not anything really particularly special. Like, it's a four-door Dodge Coronet with a it's got a 318 and a 904 torque flight with a 7 3/4 non-posi rear end. It's basically a base model sedan, mid-size sedan from the 60s. I say base model mid-size, which is hilarious because it's 19 feet long. Yeah, mid-size. Okay. That's it right there. It's not anything like crazy special, I'll be honest, but it is a cool car. It's fun as hell to drive around. But the cool thing about it is that Swishio, that car, that Dodge, is built on the same chassis as that Superbird that I just showed you. It's the same thing. And they make and also, so it's a B-body Chrysler. Another car that's on that is the car from Fast and the Furious, Dom's Black Charger. It's the same chassis, same underpinnings. So if you flipped the Coronet over and looked at the bottom, and then you looked at the bottom of the Superbird, that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They look exactly the same. So the cool thing about the Coronet, and this is the reason why I bought it, is because the four-door sedans, nobody wants those. Nobody wants those cars, Swishio, because they have 4 doors. They're not the 2-door versions, right? Nobody wants them. So I got the sedan for nothing. I got it for $1,400. That was 8 years ago, but I got it for nothing, and all the parts from all the performance parts that they make for the Chargers will bolt to it. So we can do some pretty cool stuff with that thing. All the Charger parts will fit on it. Everything down to the steering wheel. The steering wheel will fit on it. The steering column will fit on it. The brakes will fit on it. The only thing that won't fit on it are like the outside body. All the mechanical components, I could go buy components for a 69 Charger, more or less, and put them on there, which is pretty neat. Yeah, there it is, right there. There's a picture. This is a picture from a couple years ago, and it has a crappy Instagram filter on it. I don't know why I did that. I think I switched to it by accident. But yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's the album that I quite literally that I'm looking through right now. Yep. It's a fun car. Cool car to drive around. It's a going to town car. You just tool around with it to go get groceries and stuff. Looks post-apocalyptic. Yeah, people like that patinaed look. You know, that post-apocalyptic thing. Dude, somebody built a Mad Max 68 Volkswagen Beetle at the show, and I didn't get a picture of it because I'm an idiot. And they completely deleted the rear end of the car from the suspension back. So like if you look at a typical Volkswagen Beetle from that era, right? Here, let me find a picture. So like if you look at a Beetle, this was like Mad Maxed out. So they had like huge tires in the back and really skinny tires in the front. And then from here back, they cut all this off. So the engine was hanging out the back, Baja Bug style, which was it was cool. So if you type in like Baja Beetle, right? Yeah, the engine was hanging out the back. But the guy was running no crossbar out back, so it was just the engine, which was really cool. Like, kind of like that, which is pretty rad. No breaker bars though, or no push bars, nothing. It was just the engine hanging out back, which was, yeah, kind of like that actually, with no spare tire. It was cool. It was a cool car. Big selection at that show. But anyway, let's get back into the SpaceX footage. Ready? Boop. So here they are moving the 6th section into place. Keep in mind this is from the other day. They're moving the 7th section out there right now. The power boom is doing its job here. Look at that thing. I'd like to remind everybody that crane is almost 200 meters tall. Or not, yeah, no, is it 200 meters? Yeah, it is 200 meters. Yeah, but it needs to be extended a little more, but it's almost 200 meters. Yeah, it's freaking gigantic. And it has what's called a power boom attachment, meaning that this thing right here, they thicken up the boom of the crane to make it lift heavier things for the most part. Like this crane does not have a power boom. That's a Liebherr 11,000. This is an 11,350, which is this crane's bigger brother. This crane is that crane's bigger brother. This is a huge freaking crane. Yeah, Jim, I agree. How many sections left to finish the tower? Well, there's supposed to be, from what I understand, there's 7 sections of this right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then there's an 8th section on the top that's about 2/3 of this. So there's 8 of these big sub-assemblies. Dude, look at that. Oh my goodness. Like, you see these little specks up there? Those are people. So, once again, this crane in the SDW configuration, I read the manual for it. There's an SDW configuration which makes the boom go up past 200 meters. Meters, not feet. Meters. 200 feet is down here somewhere. A football field is about this long. A 747 is about this long. A fully stacked Falcon 9 is about the same. The Saturn V is up here somewhere. A shuttle stack is like right here. That's the scale that we're talking with here. This is frigging huge. It's all. This tower will be as big as the VAB when it's done. It'll be over 500 feet tall. Hey, Spoon. How are we doing today? Good, man. Yeah, see, I think those are counterweights. Is it the angle? Does it look like it's leaning? It's just the camera angle, dude. It looks like the camera is not completely level. Das! No, it's fine. Who cares? How many more segments of this? So we're watching the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's another one of these, and then there's another one after that. So the tower is going to be up here somewhere. This crane is configurable. If you notice, it's all different colors, and it looks like a Skittles advertisement here. They can add more of these segments up here. The configuration that they'll use to basically crown the top of the tower, the crane will go up here somewhere. It's called a Liebherr 11350 SDW config. I can show you it if you want. I can show you what it looks like. They're the bags with the bolts? Okay. 100-pound or 500-pound bolt bags. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, so they take all the bolts for these flanges. Yeah, they bring it up with it in one piece. That's a good idea. What are those ropes hanging off from the tower section? These ones, I'm not 100%, dude. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The scale that we're getting up to here is insane. They're probably taglines. Makes sense. And note that they're installing braces here between the straight sections on the pad. They're putting kind of horizontal braces here. And then I can only assume that the plate will go on the top here that they're working on over at the build site. There's an elevator right there. Now what I want to do is I want to look and see if there's any specific kind of hardware here or something that indicates a catching device. See that, guys? See this right here? This has a ridge in it. Now, once again, I don't know what this is. But if you look at the lower segments here, they don't have that ridge piece. This one has the ridge pieces on 1, I can assume 2, 3, and 4, but they're not on that side. You see that? So it's kind of obvious at this point, but SpaceX is supporting... SpaceX wants to have some type of catching equipment that catches the booster when it comes back down to land. So instead of it coming down to land and the landing legs deploying and then it landing on like a flat piece of terrain, they want the booster to basically hover, super heavy. They want it to hover right here, and then the tower will have some kind of catching arm that holds it in place. It shuts the rocket engines off, and then the catching arm will move down the side of the tower and then place the booster directly back on top of the pad, which is... Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that that's absurd because, you know, I've been following SpaceX for a really long time, and It's funny how the people that are all skeptical keep moving the goalposts. They're like, oh, you'll never reuse a rocket. Oh, you'll never reuse a rocket twice. Oh, at first it was you'll never be able to land a booster, right? And then after that it was you'll never be able to land it back on land. And then after that it was, oh, you'll never be able to reuse it. And then after that it was, oh, you'll never be able to reuse it twice, 3, 4, 5, blah 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 time. And now all they say is, oh, well, it's not profitable. Saying, okay. So it seems that doubting SpaceX when it comes to rocketry really doesn't end well. It was absurd 5 years ago landing a booster. That was absurd 6 years ago. Nobody had ever done that. Look at where we are now. So once again, this is going to be a really hard problem to solve, and a little bit on the side of absurdity, but it's totally doable. There's nothing in practical physics that says that you can't do that, but it is a tough problem to solve. Saves a lot of weight if you put the landing legs on the launch pad. Yep, and keeps the design simple, Noctis. It keeps the booster's design as simple as possible. I love it, Sun Temple. I think it's crazy. I wanted to try catching boosters in KSP. In fact, if you guys had chosen, and I'm not trying to say this to guilt trip anybody, I love the SSTO program and what it's become, and we'll work on it in a little bit. If you guys had chosen a conventional rocket approach, I would have tried this. I would have tried catching the booster. I don't know how, but I would have tried it. It would have been a little bit on the difficult side, but I would have done it. I would have tried to pursue a catching device. Just to see if it could be done. Boost back, landing, and then slip the thing right in. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It's possible. It could be, in Kerbal, it'd be hard to get this that accurate, but with enough practice, I could probably do it. With enough practice with Condor 9, I was routinely landing it right back near the launch pad within 50 meters. And if we had the proper targeting mechanism, I don't see why I couldn't do it. I honestly think it would be harder in KSP than in reality. Yeah, of course. But so? It's a harder thing to do in reality. It's going to be really hard to do in KSP because my flight computer is from 1988. Remember that part? So, I'm not saying it can't be done. It's possible. The real key to landing a booster and catching it in midair is really eliminating the small deviations and margins of error that happen when you go to land a rocket motor. A rocket firing straight down and landing is like a fire hose. So the fire hose puts a lot of water in one direction, but it's not not super precise, right? Rocket engines are like that. The fact that SpaceX can do this with a rocket motor is absurd. That's ridiculous. This thing right here, the fact that they have such good control over it should be celebrated in itself. But once again, if you try to turn a fire hose off, right, the water's never just gonna cut. You're always gonna get a little bit of residual water coming in, and then the stream goes, the stream will go down until you lose pressure inside of the line, right? Rocket engines kind of work like that in terms of throttling them and shutting them down and whatnot. You get residual thrust all over the place. There's little tiny, tiny margins of error that keep you from doing a real pinpoint landing. Look at Falcon 9. Wind can blow Falcon 9 off course, and it can land right next to the X on the drone ship instead of landing dead center. Now, and once again, I want to be very clear that I'm not skeptical. I think SpaceX can do this, and I think it's awesome, and I think that's awesome. It's freaking awesome, and I want them to do it. I'll be cheering them every step of the way. What I'm trying to do is tell you guys why it's difficult to do something like this. Trying to account for a little bit of windage is very difficult, especially when you're landing a rocket. Rockets are already imprecise when it comes to landing them, right? There needs to be a margin of error. Basically, the booster has to kind of get in a certain area, and then the arms need to have like a funnel that clamps it or something. Like, there's ways to get around it. There's ways to make up for that margin of error, but it is going to be difficult. Deploy multiple catch devices in an area that give you margins of error. It's going to need to land inside of some kind of funnel or something, J-Speed. That's the only way I can really think about doing that. Like, it has to be some kind of funnel. But, I mean, you've seen what happens when we landed Condor all those times and we caught one landing leg before the other. It makes the thing tip over, right? it makes it pirouette around. So, like, all I can picture is this thing coming down and the catch arm's trying to get it, and it tips one catch arm before the other, and the booster does this. It'll look like it got clotheslined, you know, and then the other arm will try to catch it, and it'll end up clamping the thing. It'll end up crushing it instead, and then you get an explosion. There's a lot of little idiosyncrasies there to landing a booster that precisely where something could catch it that could go wrong. But then again, that's rockets. That's rockets. There's a lot of things that can go wrong on the way up. There's a lot of things that can go wrong on the way down. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. And, you know, this is just taking it to the next level, man. In my opinion. That's why, dude, I'm cheering SpaceX on every step of the way. You know, and I'm not skeptical by any means. If anything, they'll figure it out. With the control that I saw from Raptor's landing, I don't see any reason why this isn't doable. That coupled with the hot gas thrusters. That coupled with the hot gas thrusters should be doable. You still have to worry about windage and stuff, but yeah, I think it's possible. How much for Delta V would you get out of Condor with the legs removed? I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but SpaceX wouldn't be building the tower if they weren't sure they can pull it off. I agree, Errol. That's what I mean, you know, like, that's what I think it's funny. Like, you know, people say, oh, SpaceX will never catch a booster. Well, one, you won't know until you really try. Two, they're building it, so they're going to catch something. Three, I honestly think that there is no other company around that has the chops to be able to try and do this right now. Once again, I'm not skeptical by any means. I'm pointing out some of the problems that are associated with trying to catch a booster. And no, I don't know anything that SpaceX doesn't know. No, I'm not trying to be like, well, they'll never do it. No, they'll do it. There's just some problems that you have to take into account. And I try to do that. Like, people get confused. They think I'm being skeptical a lot. I'm not being skeptical. I'm just telling you some of the problems that they need to overcome based off of what I know about rockets. You know, so I'm a fanboy. Like, I think it can be it can be done. Absolutely. You could catch it. You could catch it. They can pinpoint land Grasshopper. They pinpoint landed Grasshopper a bunch of times. SpaceX did. And then before that, the DCX was doing pinpoint landings. Check this out. Now, this was in the early 90s. Look at this thing. That's a Huey, and Hueys are cool, but watch this. That face when you realize they're doing that with RL-10s. This is RL-10s and Hydrolocks from the early 90s. There's 4 RL-10A5s in there. Yes, RL-10s. Vacuum optimized, highly throttleable RL-10s. They used expander cycles to get throttleability because you can do that with an expander cycle. Look at that thing. I guess that's how they build the pyramids. Well, it's pyramidal shaped, so yeah, ipso facto. Not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. That thing can do a pinpoint landing. Sure. I mean, try to do this in KSP. Seriously, try to get that done in KSP using no gyroscopes, no stability assist, just a probe core. Try doing it. It's very, very complicated. No, I've done it many times actually. But don't put any SAS on it. Just use stability assist. See, that's a pinpoint landing right there. Look at how on target that thing is. Totally doable. That thing is hovering at a rate where you could catch it with something. Look at the flames change as they deep throttle the RL-10s. It's totally doable. Hard thing to do, but doable. No 4K footage. It's from 1993. What do you want? Why would they not catch it? It's just a matter of time and money. I agree, Baranok. So they run rich at the end? It's not so much running rich, J-Speed. Yeah, it's, well, actually, I mean, it could be. I mean, that's one of the problems with... I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's got to be fuel rich because it's orange flames. Yeah, they have to be running fuel rich, but I don't know the reason why now that I'm really thinking about it. I know that you can deep throttle RL10, so let's think about this for a second. So why would they run fuel rich when they throttle down the RL10s? That could be something as simple as the chamber pressure inside of the RL10 is going down. So that could be flow separation inside of the nozzle. I know that when the shuttle engine's throttled down or when they're throttling up, when they started, they shoot orange flames out like that too. So I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not exactly sure why that happens, why those orange flames happen, but I know it's from deep throttling. I just forget the exact reason. I'll bet you it just has to do with how hydrogen combusts inside of there, but inside of the combustion chamber. But that's a question for Rocket Guy. I would guess flow separation, Devious. Yeah, that's what I would say. But who knows? Didn't John Carmack also pinpoint land his rocket? I mean, probably on an alien's face, Master, yeah. Yes, he did, I'm pretty sure. Every extra second you hover to line up for a catch is extra fuel. At what point is the rocket fuel more mass than the landing legs is the real question. The good news is with practice it should get more efficient. Yeah, Yarg, I agree with you. Yarg, consider this. Just consider this for a second. Like, you're absolutely right. You are 100% right. Now, say I have a 747, right? 747, right? And say I want my 747 to be more efficient. So what I'm going to do is jettison the landing gear after takeoff, right? And then somehow make the 747 engines turn and make it VTOL and land, right? It's more efficient. It's more efficient if you do that. If you don't have it on there, right? You'll get better range because you're moving. There's less dry mass, right? Now, we don't do that because bellying 747s every time you use them is probably a bad idea. Now, okay, so I know your question. You're talking about mass of landing legs versus mass of fuel, right? At what point does it become inefficient? At what point does carrying around your landing gear with a 747 become inefficient, right? Right? Well, it's not that it becomes inefficient, it's that you need it to land, right? So, with Starship, it's not really a question of mass. It's a question of simplicity. It's easier to just bring the damn landing gear with you on the plane, right? Now, how does that apply? Like, how does that necessarily apply with Starship? Well, with Starship, it would be easier to carry some fuel. It simplifies the design to carry more fuel. And even if it's more than landing legs, right? It's still easier to do that. Just like it's easier to take your landing gear with you with a 747. And I think this illustrates very well how SpaceX is going about solving these problems, right? Landing and catching a booster, right, is trying to use a rocket and trying to quick turn around a rocket. They're trying to use a rocket like an airplane. So conventional kind of rocket meta theories, no, like what the meta is, like, oh, fuel is worth more than the landing legs, so per delta V, that makes no sense, right? That doesn't apply here. Just like a 747 with its landing gear, you know, jettisoning the landing gear will get you an extra blah, blah, blah range with a 747, but then you have that whole landing problem, right? They carry the landing gear around with them because, you know, you need that to land, right? So I think it illustrates where SpaceX is going with this. It's not necessarily, the fuel might be more than a landing leg, right? But you're eliminating ground operations with it. And with SpaceX, just like with a commercial airliner, with an airplane, your plane is going to make you money by flying. Your plane actually makes you lose money if you leave it on the ground. So the more SpaceX can fly these boosters and the more they can turn them around quicker, right, a la having landing gear on your airplane, right? The more money that they can make off of it, and they recoup their investment. And the more profitability. You launch more into space than anybody else, that's why they, then you're going to consolidate, you're going to corner the market. Now, I don't think that anyone will let them do that, but that's just another story. That's a whole nother story in itself, right? During war, some planes took off by dropping landing gears, I think. Well, the Me-163 did that, Supercraft. U-2s do that as well. Hey, Vasi, what's going on? So, Yarg, it's not necessarily, and once again, I'm not saying you're wrong. You're absolutely 100 and truly percent, or 100 and truly? Yeah, that's a word. You're 150% correct. But I don't think that SpaceX is thinking about that problem that way. Yeah, you're losing efficiency by carrying more fuel around than you would landing leg, but that more fuel over more landing leg enables you to reuse the booster quicker, right? Does that make sense? Are you going to be limiting your flights early on by losing more boosters until you nail it down and having to wait on replacements versus a slower but less prone failure landing gear mechanism? Well, Yarg, that brings me to my next point. I think you are 100% spot on with the fuel and landing gear thing, and I think initially, and everybody calls me a nutter for saying this. No, that's not what they're gonna do. Yarg, I think initially they're gonna build something like this for Super Heavy to practice landing with it. I think they're gonna build something like that. In fact, I think that's what Booster 3 is going, or what is it, Booster 2 or Booster 3? The one that they're gonna put on the test pad for testing. I think you'll find that with some fixed landing legs attached to it, just like Grasshopper. And they'll use that to go up and do an SN5 or an SN6 and land it. Go up and down and up and down and up and down. I think that's where they'll cut their teeth on. Because you're right. You do not want to risk blowing up the pad, right? Obviously. You're not going to risk that. But you have a suborbital testing complex literally next door, right? So why would they not do that? You already have the GSE and all the pads built. There is an adapter that they attach to one of these for Super Heavy. So why not just weld some fixed landing legs on the side so you can understand and get the landings, do some high altitude testing and landing like what they did with Falcon 9, right? There was Grasshopper, and then there was Falcon 9 Dev 2. Or F9R Dev 2, excuse me. F9R Dev 2 is basically a Falcon 9 with a nose cone on the top. It's just a nose cone on top of the inner stage, and they launched it with the landing legs unfolded, right? I think SpaceX with Super Heavy is going to adopt a testing regime very similar to Falcon 9. You're going to see initially a Super Heavy with some fixed landing legs like what you saw on Starhopper, right? And they're going to use that to test landing, and then they'll test the catch function later. So, Yarg, I think you're actually right in that regard, and I agree with you on that one. Eventually, though, right, for the quick turnaround, yeah, it'll eventually make sense. But yeah, I wasn't disagreeing this one time for a change, and I think the apocalypse is going to happen now. But yeah, I think you're spot on, and I think they're going to do suborbital testing with one of the boosters, like what they did with 5 and 6, just going up and coming back down, going up and coming back down. Test the precision movement of that with some fixed landing legs, right? Where the arrow, because during landing, arrow doesn't matter too much. Not as much as it does when it's coming back down, right? It's more about gimbal and precise landing, which is what you'd want when you're doing a catch, right? So I think that they're going to take Booster 2 or Booster 3, right? And use that for Grasshopper testing to not risk a pad and risk, a rocket blowing up on it. That's kind of where I'm at with it, I wouldn't try to catch that thing on the first try. Man, hell no. I would first try to prove that I could precisely land a first stage. Now, SpaceX can already do that to an extent with Falcon 9. Not to an extent. They're the only ones that can do that. But you can prove that, but with Super Heavy is a little bit bigger. It's a little bit more complicated. You got to prove that Super Heavy can do what Falcon 9 can do. And don't get me wrong, you can use Falcon 9 to test that to an extent, but when you change the architecture up, if you have like a pickup truck that can haul 2,000 pounds, and then you make a new pickup truck with a, you know, with a bigger engine, right? You know that it could probably do it, right? But you test it and prove it first with numbers, right? And then you would, you know, go to using that pickup truck over that one, right? Just like how SpaceX wants to use Super Heavy over Falcon 9 eventually, or Starship over Falcon 9 eventually. It'll phase it out. Hey, bloke, what's up, man? 37-month resub. Max Viren, the apocalypse is happening. Where and when can I get tickets? Just go on Twitter. It's free. That was a joke. All right, anyway, back to the video. Paizo suggested you take a look at this game when you get a chance, okay? Jetborne Racing. Oh, boy. Oh, gosh. Isn't this just episode 1 racer with extra steps? No, it looks cool, though. Exactly, Yarn. I'd do the same thing. I would land it. I would make a test vehicle, and it looks like that's what they're doing. And I said this before that they announced that Booster 2 would be used for testing, and everybody called me a moron. No, SpaceX isn't going to do that. They're not going to do that. They're going to use it for the orbital test. I'm like, no, they're not. That makes no sense. It's by the same guy that makes VTOL VR. Oh, cool, Alls. That's neat. Say Super Heavy does replace Falcon 9. Can you justify a single satellite launch with it? Well, hey, Rain. How are you? And then there was another tip in there from, I heard you like trains. What, Rain, before yours, the other one, you like trains, right? What do you call a locomotive that keeps sneezing? A choo-choo train. Okay, Rain, what do you want? Personally, I think Yargnit was 154% correct, but that's just me. Does that mean he's not correct or is? I'm confused. So, Jim, you say Super Heavy does replace Falcon 9. Could you justify a single satellite launch with it? Yeah, of course. So, check it out. Take a look at this picture. Jam, I know you'll appreciate this picture. It's Army, but it's Army toys, but you'll appreciate this. So check this out. C5 Galaxy, right? Can a C5 Galaxy move more than that AH-64? Yeah, abso-frigging-lutely. It can move a tank around, right? You could put 2 Abrams tanks in this thing, and it can move tanks around. You could put 2 tanks in the back of this. Now, does that mean that the C5? Does that mean that, you know, the C5, the ends don't justify the means if you're just moving an Apache helicopter around? That's a lot lighter than a tank last time I checked. Not maybe a little bit more lethal than one, but that's a little bit different, right? Think about it, right? You know, the C5 can move 2 tanks every time. Does it move 2 tanks every time? No. You could put 2 Apaches in there. You could put a Chinook in there. You could basically put anything that can fit in there if you can fit Abrams tanks in there and fly them around. Anything that'll fit will work. So, once again, it issues the kind of approach that SpaceX is looking at with Starship. Starship's not a rocket. It uses rocket engines, but it's not a rocket. It's an airplane. Think about it. Think about Starship like an airplane, and that suddenly makes way more sense. Now, how does the Air Force get their money's worth with the C5s? Because there's no way that the C5 moving this around is efficient if it can move a tank around. You use them a lot. That's the thing. You use them a lot. Jim, what I think SpaceX wants to do is use Starship to maintain the Starlink network, and that will enable them a lot of flight time and a lot of maintenance operations to maintain the Starlink satellite network. I think SpaceX designed Starlink on purpose to require a high frequency of flights to keep it working, because the revenue from Starship is going to be fine. Starship has the potential to make so much money that rocket launches will look like a drop in the bucket compared to the money that thing makes, right? So if you have high frequency of launches with Starship, just like you do with a C5 or a 747 or any commercial airliner or commercial lift, Antonov 124s, if you want to, I mean, the Russians have been using those things for commercial lift for a long time now, right? There's an Atlas V flying around on an AN 124, literally as we speak. There's an Atlas V core stage flying around on an Antonov. That's the other bit of space news that I had. So the high frequency of flying means that payload mass doesn't really matter. doesn't really matter. If you fly it a lot, the price goes down, right? Can a 747 even VTOL? No, not even close. It was a joke, or joke analogy, right? So part of the reason why I think SpaceX moved Starlink to a lower altitude is to make a less complicated satellite that has a shorter service life. That makes it so you can keep flying rockets to maintain the network and you keep getting revenue. It basically stabilizes commercial low Earth orbit launch operations for SpaceX, for them. And that creates a market, right? That's how a market gets created. And this is what I mean, dude. Like, there's, SpaceX fanboys that blindly defend SpaceX, they're annoying as hell, but there's a reason why people like SpaceX a lot. There's a very good reason. This is one of them. So, like, put two and two together. You make a satellite network that constantly needs to be resupplied because your satellites are very, very low cost. It's basically a swarm. It's the Zerglings, if you're a StarCraft player, it's the Zerglings solution, right? You just make a lot of really, really inexpensive ones, and if they break, all right, they break. Launch another rocket to go and maintain it. The amount of revenue that you generate from that, because Starlink is going to be remote internet, right? The underserviced areas are an untapped market. I've always said if SpaceX with Starlink captures 1% of like global telecommunications, Elon's going to be the first trillionaire. It's not even going to be close. So if all that revenue that they'll generate from making an internet satellite constellation, right, will more than justify trillions now. That's enough to run a space program easily. You only need billions to run a space program nowadays. And I get it, like, that's a lot of money for you and me, but it's not a lot of money for Uncle Sam or Elon or Jeff Bezos, right? Like, it's not a lot. And who else is making an internet satellite constellation, right? Amazon's working on one too. And that stabilizes the market. That's always been Elon's plan with SpaceX. Like, that's what he's trying to do. Make life multiplanetary. And part of that is making rockets routine. Just like if you're a Tesla fan, I like Teslas. Teslas are cool. What is he trying to do? He's trying to spur electric vehicle development, right? And how do you do that? Well, first of all, you got to sell a lot of electric cars, right? And now look at what Ford, GM, everyone's trying to make electric cars now. He's trying to change the meta to make a new market. The guy's trying to grow markets out of nothing, which is why I like Elon Musk so much. He's crazy. It's crazy that he can just do that. Like, just make a new industry. All right. Speaking of big VTOL jets, yeah, that thing. I could probably design something better, Rain, nowadays. Having 6 engines to do that's very inefficient. It's very inefficient. Having engines on the back, we could probably make something better. Do it? Yeah, some other time. Did you see the new pictures from Arca of their eco rocket? Negative. Would you say the Osprey is the limit to VTOL size? No. Jet engines. Jet engines are the problem with VTOLs. How's the SSTO going? I have to do a revamp of its pad willy today. We got a lot of work, which is kind of why I started Space News early. I'm gonna hit you with some pretty hard Kerbal content today. I have a lot of work to do. I'm redoing the entire pad for the SSTO to make it not dependent on having it be next to the ramp. So, but we'll talk about that more later. So yeah, I mean, SpaceX is inadvertently creating a new commercial low Earth orbit market, right? And now Amazon wants their own thing. Viasat wants their own internet satellite constellation. There's OneWeb. Like, he's making competition out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere. Like, that's the thing. You know, everybody says like, oh, if I had $1 billion, I could make new industries too. Well, yeah, that's the point. Yeah, and that's what he's doing. And for what it's worth, if I had $1 billion, I probably wouldn't be able to do what Elon Musk is doing. I'd probably blow it all on stupid cars, and maybe like a racetrack or something. Actually, $1 billion? Yeah, you know what I want to do? Launch 2 space shuttles at the same time, man. Yeah, damn straight. Always wanted to do that. Yeah, I figure I could hook that up, because aerospace engineers dig dudes with money. Why are you doing pad stuff before the ground anchors? I have a solution that might not require ground anchors at all, Bauxy. If anything, there'll be a supplemental tech to what I'm thinking. You could almost afford to rent that garage in Boston. Yeah, I know, Krillani, right? Actually, Krillani, what I'm looking to do is looking to go halvesies on people with garages. I'm talking to all my cousins and stuff that all have project cars that are lying around and say, hey, let's all go in on a space. Kind of like Wrench Every Day's Site B, if you watch that YouTube channel. Hopefully it ends better than that, if you're a fan of Wrench Every Day. Speaking of Kerbal, nice X-boat. Yeah, right. Yeah, who knew you can make guns out of the firework launcher, Yarg. Oops, and then you can overclock it. I wonder why a NASA jet was here. Which one? NASA jet at French Guiana? I don't know. Interesting, Hell Hydra. Interesting. Fireworks for space debris removal. Yeah, maybe. Hubble is still having problems. Both primary and backup science computers are failing. Phil, I'm not worried. As long as the guidance computer doesn't fail, then I'm good. If the science computers fail, whatever, just keep it on course, and then, it's only a matter of time before we can go and fix it or bring it back down. Have you seen the news that there's a new 100 kilometer, 200 kilometer wide comet minor planet coming in from the Oort cloud? No, but that's pretty cool. Neat. Probably James Webb launch discussions. That's my guess, awesome dude, yeah. Have they tried to sell Hubble? No. Hubble... No, they won't do that. Rogue, the Hubble is not a spy satellite per se, but Hubble's optical lenses are derived from spy satellites, from Earth observation satellites, not the climate observation kind. Picking up what I'm laying down? No, they'll let it burn up before they sell it. Hubble is no good without its science computers. Yeah, I know it's no good without the science computers, but also at the same time, it's meant to have a grapple fixture and a service arm on it as well. So, if the guidance computers are still working correctly, we could potentially go up there and fix it, which is what we should do. Once again, Phil, the science computer's failing sucks, but if the guidance computer fails, yeah, we're screwed. Hubble's toast. Literally. Plasma toast, The computer is from like 1982, Rogue. It's something, it's got like I think they upgraded it in the 90s to like a 486 or something. The original, the parts of the satellite are old. Guys, it's based off of a keyhole satellite. That's old tech. Check last, okay? What's up, Justin? This is apparently flight hardware. Yeah, I saw that. Interesting. I didn't show it on stream though, but yeah. Apparently flight hardware, yeah, I mean, just like once again, hey, Ark is building stuff, so, who knows, everybody's gonna be like, oh, it's a scam, alright, okay. Yeah, Jim, pretty much, a lot of, Perseverance's flight computers from the late 90s. One, because you don't need it to be more complicated. Two, because it's rad shielded. And building a rad-shielded computer that operates in deep space is very difficult and very expensive, so it pays to work with what you've already made, especially since you don't need anything more complicated. It's what we always say. This thing right here, you could hook this into the the Apollo lander, right? And this thing has way more processing power than you need to land something on the moon. This has 1 billion times more processing power than the Apollo guidance computer, right? Now, and everybody says that. Everybody says, oh, imagine if we did do that. You don't need this much power to fly a spaceship. You don't need that. this would be overkill in that regard. You could use a calculator's processor, a little mini calculator, you know, like one of those little mini things with a little solar panel in it, right? You could use that, and that's enough. And last time I checked, that's a lot lighter than this thing. See what I mean? You don't need a big processor to run a spacecraft. Keep it simple, especially when it comes to the guidance computer. Keep it as simple as you possibly can. Heck, the laptops that they bring up on the ISS are probably more powerful than the ISS's computers by a long shot. Processing power provides for precision. Also, see last, please. Yeah, it provides for precision, Hellfish. That's why they installed a processor from 1997 on Perseverance when they launched it last year, right? Like, dude, yeah, I get it. But that's also incorrect. Like, breaking news, diagrams of Starship Unreal, Sunboat 15, nice. Like, I understand that. Oh, it's extra processor power provides precision. Yeah, so, okay, if that's the case, why do they have a flight computer on Perseverance from, like, 1994? Don't you think they would have upgraded it by now? You know what I'm saying, man? Like, I get it.
Discovery.
But also, at the same time, you know, if they needed that extra precision, they probably would have put something on it that makes it more precise. Last time I checked, Perseverance landed pretty dang close to where they wanted to land it, right? Like, cost and availability. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand how you could sit here. Hell, like, dude, we're cool. Like, I don't understand how you could sit here and say that, oh, well, you know, NASA's doing it incorrectly. Like, what? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense, man. Hey, Joseph, 11-month resub. And then Minion had a 45 before that. Thank you. Computers are impressively powerful if they don't have to run Windows and Chrome all the time. Let's get back to looking at these tower segments being put together. Yeah, Noctis, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, we could afford that precision, but at what point does it become a diminishing return? You don't need that much processing power to fly a spacecraft. You don't. If anything, you're going to need a type of software architecture that's designed to work in real time. And this is something that I learned from Perseverance. Chat taught me actually about this. Now, the computer is from 1997, but the actual architecture of the processor is different. I forget the name of what it's called. If there's any hardware engineers out there, that software, it's not like a computer chip from a laptop from 1997. It's a special type of processing architecture, and I'm talking like physically how the thing is made, that's designed for a high bandwidth of input and output, but not a lot of processing power. I forget what it's called. It's a different type of architecture. The processor is allowed high bandwidth. It can take you could put a lot of information into it, and it doesn't require a lot of processing power to process that information. It's just the bandwidth that it can process information is way higher. It's real-time computing, yeah, but I don't know what it's called. Let me take a look here. This is something that's really foreign to me. RTC, or reactive computing, is a computer science term for hardware and software systems subject to a real-time constraint. Real-time programs must guarantee response within specific time constraints, often referred to as deadlines. Yeah. Huh. This is for, like, spacecraft guidance, like a lander, like InSight, or the Perseverance or Curiosity, that Perseverance using the terrain relative. It's designed to compute a lot of stuff all at once. Several methods exist to aid the design of real-time systems. Mascot, which is modular approach to software construction, operation, and test. There's Hood, Real-Time UML, AEDL, and Ravenscar. I don't know. This means nothing to me, guys. I don't know what this means. That's foreign stuff to me, dudes. To be honest with you, I don't know the software and computing side of spacecraft too well. I'm vibing. You're trying to find the following thing. It's followage. But you could just click on your name and see when you've been following. You've been following since March 14th, 2019. Thank you. Appreciate it. I saw you with the command. I'm like, he's not going to figure it out. All right, what else do we got here? There you go. But there's a cooldown. Like I said, guys, if you don't want to see the followage thing popping up in chat, you could just click on your name, and it'll show you how long you've been following me. Oh, Barkwell stole the cooldown. Oh, Barkwell, you're the worst. Perhaps we just need an Arduino to make a Tyke's first spacecraft avionics kit. Yeah, maybe. What do you about Amazon's Project Kuiper? It's basically a Starlink clone. Originally slated to fly in New Glenn, the first launches were moved to Atlas V. What do I about it, JM? What do I think about it? I think it's probably good that they've created a market that other companies see market viability in building an internet satellite constellation. I don't give a crap if it's a clone. Who cares? The point is, it's going to lower the cost going into space. Something like that, Clayton. I don't know. It's probably something very, very simple. With today's speed of CPUs, near real-time is fast enough, and by having several computers check each other, now we work around the need for real-time architecture. Yeah, Staffus, you guys say all this, but also there's a real-time processor architecture on the rover, the multi-billion-dollar rover that just landed on Mars a couple months ago. I mean, all right, sure. If it was that simple to change it, or if it was that simple to use something like that, don't you think we probably would have done that? I'm telling you, spaceflight is an on-need thing. Sometimes you go with what you know. There's a reason why they did it that way, because they know that works. Like, I understand that there's other ways to do it, but that processor is probably also cost nothing to make in this day and age because it's from 1997, man, you know? Hey, Kaiser, what's going on? These guys look like they're... I don't know what they're doing. Guys just dancing. Mason, that older stuff is probably super easy to make compared to, you know, stuff off the shelf, to be honest with you. It's better to go with what you know. And if NASA had more funding, they could, you know, maybe if, you know, we had more funding into advanced real-time processing and design, you know, for something like for rovers or something, or, you know, instead of just sending one rover and then sending it spare 10 years later, maybe we should, you know, I don't know, mass produce them or something to better your science yield over time. Maybe that'll work. I mean, I've always said that we should launch 5 Perseverance rovers on top of an SLS and carpet bomb Mars with rovers and landers. But that's just me. There's Booster 3 right there. Time for SpaceX to get into the rover constellation business. Nah, Yarg, that's not even worth it to them. Send people. Easier. Hey, Glaysix, it's been a few years since I've been around. Yeah, Glaysix, you know, when you gifted that sub to Surfing Bird a little earlier, I'm like, Glaysix, I don't know if I remember that name or not, but yeah, it's cool. And I was a bit curious if you still use Condor. No, that Condor is from a different save, dude. I use the way I work off my modern save is chat votes for the architecture, and chat currently voted for SSTOs because Glaysix, I can make boosters that can land, I can make space shuttles, we can make Saturn Vs, I can make whatever. So it's really just a matter of what we want to do. So right now I'm using SSTOs. I don't use Condor because we don't play that old mission mode save. I have a new mission mode save that I started, I think in September of 2020, something like that. Yeah, and it's been using conventional rockets for the most part up until now. Yeah, there you go, Yarg. That should work. There is a 21 aft dome, and that's the Raptor vacuum mounts right there. Those things that look like the top of a soda can. Hey, Savvy, what's going on? But yeah, Glaysix, Condor 9 taught me a lot about what makes Kerbal tick. I'm really happy that we ended up going and doing that because I can use it to do other things in KSP, which is pretty sweet in terms of launch vehicles. Fan. There's the Raptor vacuum right there. Elon confirmed on Twitter that is the ITAR. That is the Raptor one of the Raptor vacuums that will fly on SN20. That Raptor is going to go into space, dudes. So Raptor vacuum is basically, it's based off of the regular Raptor's architecture, but amongst other things, it has a much, much wider nozzle designed for vacuum optimization. It's pretty crazy, dude. That's a pretty big motor. You know, when you guys, anybody play SnowRunner? You remember when SnowRunner came out, or the new expansion for SnowRunner came out, and we saw like videos of, you know, like them taking Soyuz engines and picking them up off the back of a truck, you know, and we all thought that was extremely absurd. I think so, Yarg. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. It's just a guy carrying a rocket engine around on a big forklift. Outside. Whatever. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Everyone there's like... It's probably going to catch fire before it flies. Yeah, maybe. Nice, Goth. That's cool. Or no, that's Ghost One. Sorry. I saw the G and I went, So the CPU from the original PlayStation is guiding a probe to Pluto. Yeah, we heard about that. Yep. That was from a little earlier. Well, the date on that article is January 15th, 2015. Blazes, good stuff. Can't wait to see the new save. I hope all been going well for you over the last few years. I'm glad to be back. Yeah, Blazes, if you don't mind me asking, where have you been? not because I'm concerned, oh my gosh, you didn't watch the stream for this long. No, I like knowing about my viewers. Screw me, right? Like, hopefully everything's good. Everything's good on my end. I've been great, to be honest with you. Pandemic, you know, and I feel like a piece of trash for saying this, but it didn't really affect me too much. Oh, you mean that I have to stay inside all day and have to work on my computer all day because, you know, everybody's working remote? Please. Oh God, please, no. Stuff didn't really change too much, dude. You know, like, I'll admit though, after doing it for a long time, I'm like, yeah, you know, I really like to go outside and do outside things from time to time. But yeah, no, everything's good on my end. I can't complain. You know, we sit here, we play Kerbal, we play other games, you know, watch rockets launch into space. Everybody's happy. It did affect some people a lot more than others. Oh yeah, Forlorn, that's why I'm not... I get it. It affected some people more than others. Some people don't like being inside for long periods of time. Some people had their lives personally changed. I get it. I get it, and that's why I say I'm not one to complain, because I didn't really affect me in any way, shape, or form, except I'm mildly inconvenienced by wearing a mask from time to time. Oh boy, oh gosh, my life is so hard, right? Like, no, that's why I never made a big deal out of it. What I ended up doing, Lasix, is just streaming more. I did what's called quarantine streams, and I just still kind of do those. I bumped up my streaming hours from like 65 hours a week in like April of 2020 to like 75 to like 75 to 80 hours a week streaming. And I kind of just haven't stopped doing that. So I usually start the stream around noontime instead of 4. And then I usually go till about midnight, 11 o'clock, midnight, something like that. And then streams on Fridays and Saturdays, I start at noontime and probably end at like 4 in the morning. So those are like 13, 14, 15, 16-hour streams. Yeah. Hey, it's what needed to be done. I knew that people would be home all day, and I know what it's like to be cooped up at home and not go anywhere. So I knew that would make people crazy. So I didn't really say anything about it. I just started doing it. No, God, I do it just fine. Wow, take a break. I mean, I did over the last week, and the week before that I was on vacation, and then last week I tried to jump right back into streaming like 85 hours a week, 75 to 80, 85 hours a week from not doing it, and it did screw me up. So this week it's going to be a little more regimented. Just regular streams Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then on Tuesday I'll do a truck stream. And guys, I'm taking this Saturday, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, my birthday on Monday, off. I always take the first week in July off. Just because that's my favorite time of the year, and I like going out and doing stuff. So this week we got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are 12 to 12, and then Tuesday is probably going to be like 9 a.m. for the truck stream till probably sometime 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon. We're going to grind out some truck work tomorrow. So no Hunt the Streamer this Saturday then. No, I'm sorry about Hunt the Streamer. Stuff has kind of fallen to the wayside a little bit because everything's opening up again, Blue. Pie Guy is the guy that organizes that for me, and I'm not going to put unfair pressure on him because I don't pay him to do this. So we'll find a time to do it when we find a time to do it. But during the summer, I'll try to get you more Hunt the Streamers to make up for the fact that we haven't done it in a little while. Whew, that was a mouthful. All right. You know, if you want to take a nap, if I want to take a nap, I don't think people here would mind. I'm good right now, Grenadiers. We'll go for a little while. The only thing I'm really worried about is the temperature in here. It's getting really, really freaking hot. We're up over. We're at 81 Fahrenheit, 27 C in here. It's my lights. The lights that help me light the green screen because I switched from a 2-light setup with the orange chroma to a 4-light setup. I know, there are 4 lights. These Elgato lights put off a lot of heat, dude. They put off a lot of heat, and they basically got it to the point where that window air conditioner can't exchange the heat fast enough in here. It tries, but it's the amount of heat that the computers, me, the monitors, the lights, the amount that all puts off, the air conditioner can't do it. You can take a nap while you're streaming. Optine, I'm not really into that. Some streamers probably make money off of that somewhere. Just turn the lights and the camera off for the night. Yeah, you keep saying that, but then Brimo, the entire stream turns into me saying why I have my camera off for about 6 hours straight. I'll just bear the heat. That's fine. Yeah. If I shut it off, literally every other question would be like, "Hey, where's EJ? Hey, where's EJ? Hey, where's EJ?" And in a stream where I make it a thing to communicate with chat, I'd literally be repeating why I have it off for the next 6 hours. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, that's annoying. That's gonna get old real quick. Time for a barrel fan to suck the air out of the room. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. Anyway, let's see, what else? You could put up an overlay. Hip. I don't mean to sound like a dick, but even if I put up an overlay saying that I have the cameras and the lights off because of the heat, that question will still get asked. Yeah. I've had overlays on the screen saying exactly what I'm doing and what we're watching in the past, and people still ask it. Like we watched, like one time, this wasn't recent, this was like a couple of years ago. One time we watched a spacewalk, and I had, you know, NASA expedition, blah, 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 spacewalk, working to repair the solar panels or something. I forget what they were doing. Oh no, they were changing the batteries on the space station, and people still came in and asked, hey, what's this? Like, hey, what am I watching here? Hell, what is this? And don't get me wrong, like, I don't mind answering what they're working on, but yeah. And then one time I shut my camera off and people ask that all the time. Don't worry about it. I'll bear the heat. If it gets too hot though, then I don't know, maybe I'll think about it, but don't worry about it. It's fine. You know, it is what it is, dude. Anyway, what else do we have here? Any other new NSF videos that I missed? Oh yeah, here we go. This is an older video. This is from, and I say older video, it's 2 days old. This is coming from Tyler Gray over at NSF. And once again, go over there and follow NSF. They're gracious enough to let me show all this footage here. So the least we can do is go and support them, okay? What's the temperature now? 27.7 C, Jim, which is 81.8 Fahrenheit. It's not 87 like it was the other day, but it's starting to get a little toasty in here. Go with a bigger window unit. So how does going with a bigger window unit help me in this particular scenario right now, Clayton? Yeah, there's no doubt that I need to fix it, but, you know, like, yeah, that doesn't really help me right now, you know, and I don't think that window can fit something like that in there, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It's getting hotter in here right now, but it's not too incredibly hot. It's not bad. Yeah, Yarg, I know. Yeah, it's getting toasty. Would a second air conditioner help? Yeah, probably. Core, I don't know what that is. No, I haven't talked about it. I actually, yeah, that's what I was kind of leading up to. I wanted to get caught up on the videos, and then I wanted to show you guys what that is. Juicebot, I like heat, I'll be honest with you. It's just, I don't want to break anything with the computer, dude. And I'll admit, the heat makes it a little bit harder to think about what you're doing, especially when I need to focus and I need to concentrate. Like, having sweat dripping into your eyes is a little bit distracting. But liquid nitrogen cooling when? Well, Pythos, the nitrogen, first of all, liquid nitrogen cooling is an open loop system, so screw that. Second of all, even if I did have liquid nitrogen in a closed loop system, that doesn't matter. Ambient temperature makes a big difference when you have a heat exchanger exchanging heat with a processor on a closed coolant loop. We'll exchange it, and then eventually the processor will just heat up the entire room, and all the air inside of the room will just end up being hot air, and then the heat exchanger won't do anything. It's very important that I keep it cool to keep my processors cool. I need an air conditioner. That's why server farms have crazy HVAC systems installed on them, right? Because you could have the best heat exchanger in the world that's designed to exchange heat really, really quickly. If there's no cool air to exchange it with, you're screwed. And Pythos, you know what's messed up? Stationeers taught me that. You'll run out of thermal mass in the room. Oh, man. And if you run out of thermal mass, stuff starts to get hot. And when stuff starts to get hot, it gets angry. Especially when it's a computer. Yeah, you would need a cooling loop for the liquid nitrogen. Goddamn thermodynamics. Damn you, oh, God. People think Newton's laws are bad. Thermodynamics is just Man. Screw you. Screw you, thermodynamics. They're also installed on another platform, unlike the pad. Yeah, Core, I saw the RGB pictures. I'm wondering if they're going to show it in here. So, we have an adapter. We're almost done with the first prototype booster. This will go on the test stand A. The next one will fly to orbit. Team has been crushing it many days and nights in a row. Okay. I wonder how much you could cool a room if you ordered a brick of dry ice and just had a fan blowing over it to cause it to evaporate. I mean, basically until that dry ice melts completely is when you'll exchange it. But if you have a source of heat and a source of cooling, and the source of heat, you know, is the source of heat flux is more than your cooling flux, then yeah, it'll eventually melt. That's why ice, if you take it outside, it just melts because the sun has a lot more heat energy than a block of ice has cooling energy, right? Like cooling energy. I didn't say that right. You know what I mean. Hey, Tech, what's going on? Yeah, cool energy. Yeah, that's not how that works. Chillin', man, you okay? I'm good. I miss my hot dog. Yeah. EJ, what can you tell someone who dislikes heat to make it through summer? See, Liam, okay, pause that for a second. I just don't mind heat. Like, I understand that it's a pain in the butt, and sweating sucks, and humidity is just very uncomfortable. But also at the same time, as somebody that's experienced the four seasons for a good amount of my life, right? Like I've lived in Boston, and I'm 32. I live in Boston, and the only 30 years I've been up here, and the other 2 I've been in Florida. I like Florida more than I like the seasons. Seasons are a pain in the butt. First of all, they salt the roads, and that ruins cars. It's cold and it's miserable, and the snow is pretty for a couple of days, and then it looks like someone dookied in the snow for the next 6 months. Like, anybody that lives in snow, like all that plowed snow on the side of the road, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All the dirt and grime from the road gets pushed into the snow, and it looks like someone took a dump on the side of the road. It's frigging depressing. It's gross. Compare that to summer, where everybody's outside, everybody's having a good time. Yeah, it's hot, but everybody goes out. You know, they go out and do stuff. You go out, you do stuff. You can go hang out, go to the beach. Can't do that in the winter. That I like the summertime, not necessarily because of the heat. Heat is annoying. It's a pain in the butt. But it's not as much of a pain in the butt as cold is. Come to Upper Michigan. We get all 4 seasons weekly. Fed up. Yeah, believe me. I could tell when I drove through there last year. I drove the car up to Whitefish Point a little while back, across the bridge. Yeah, it's you could tell that winter gets to be a hellish nightmare up there. Just on another note, like it's not that I don't mind the heat. It's annoying, but I hate the cold, which is weird because I like cold when I'm inside. Outside, like when I worked on the Coronet the other day, it was like 90 degrees outside, and I was sweating like crazy. It looks like I went swimming. I didn't mind it. Didn't bother me. I was more worried about my back. I don't mind working in heat. It's a little bit annoying, but it's much better than working in the snow. Working in the snow sucks. So, Liam, I don't know. Like, what I do is I always tell myself, like, yes, this heat's annoying and it's really freaking hot, but imagine, just think of what it's like in January here. I'll take this. Thank you very much. Tom, what's up, man? 8-month resub. Nobody retires and moves north. Does that make sense, Liam? I don't see your last, Reagan. I'm scrolling through, scrolling through, scrolling through. Yeah, I don't see it. Type it again. What about 45C and 90% humidity? Louis, I lived in Florida, dude. It doesn't get that warm, but it almost gets that warm. I don't mind it. I don't mind humidity. It's fine. It's really okay. I don't mind the heat. Heat is not a deal breaker for me. Cold is. I'm trying to make Falcon 9 with robotic parts. I've gotten past every milestone except getting the legs to lock in place to support the weight. Lock the hydraulics and use an auto strut, Reagan. I prefer cold than hot. When it's cold, you could still heat stuff by moving more. When it's hot, you can only remove all. Yeah, I know. It's easier to get, like, it's easier to go from cold to hot than it is to go from hot to cold. Whatever. That's why we invented air conditioners. Oh, I hate mosquitoes, Louiso. That's one thing about hot and humid I can't stand. Mosquitoes eat me up for whatever reason, dude. So this is the tower here. ACs are expensive. Where do you live? Expensive? That window air conditioner cost me like $100. Like, and I bought it like 10 years ago. I bought it easily a decade ago to cool my... No, I bought that air conditioner when I came home from Florida. That air conditioner is from 2008. 2008, 2009. The thing is almost 15 years old, and I spent $100 on it 15 years ago. Telling me can't afford like $10 a year? Come on now. I take care of it, I keep it clean, and it's lasted me a very long time. Who knew? Taking care of your stuff makes it last longer. Here, split ACs are 500 euros. Dude, I could go to a Costco or a BJ's or your department store or Walmart or whatever, and I could go score another one of these for like another $100, or even, dude, even if it's $200, whatever, no problem, considering what it does. Have you charged it lately? No, Hillness, I haven't. I've never charged that air conditioner before, ever. When you clean it and it still works, what about planned obsolescence? Oh. RJ adding irrelevant, useless banter to these conversations? Oh, jeez. Tell me more. No, Supercraft, I haven't. Try $1,000 plus about 2 cents per kilowatt. That sucks. Wow. Jeez. Yeah, that's crazy. That sucks. So, okay, all right. I see a lot of you guys are saying it's a really high price, and I see you guys are using euros. Is there anything that's inexpensive in Europe? Every time we have these conversations, it could be about cars, it could be about gas, it could be about buying this, it could be about buying... Is there anything that's inexpensive over there? Healthcare. Healthcare. What's your tax rate again? Is it really? Internet? Okay. %38 tax rate. 1948. Oh, jeez. Your mom? So it's very big, Swishio. Got it. The windows in my apartment are all vertically opening so they don't fit window units. Totally would have gotten one if I could. What about a floor unit, C22? Beer is cheap. All right, I can get behind that. Sure. I can believe alcohol is cheap. Yeah, I'll get. All right, that's fair. That's fair. And as the sun goes down, it's gonna get cooler in here anyway, so it's all good. I know, I could not pass the opportunity to pull your leg. Everyone does that, Baz, so it's all good, man. All good. Yeah, I was like, your words, man, not mine. Hey, it's just different strokes for different folks, man. Nice, Medco. That's pretty good. Maybe if you read the second half of the chat, you know what I did. Yeah, it's moving a little bit on the quick side, C22, so I kind of have to speed read stuff. Yeah, I can't read like 6,000 words a minute, man. Like, you're gonna have to bear with me on that one, okay? Powerful standalone unit for about $400. Don't regret it. It works great though. Nice. All right, cool. So let me see if we core. Do you have pictures of the core space? Do you have pictures of that thing here? You know what? I'll just go to RGV. Let's see if we can find it. RGV posted. Where is it? This thing. So remember that piece that came in on the truck a little while back? That piece, and we couldn't figure out what it is. All we could figure out is that it pivots on one side. They started placing this like this, and I'll be honest with you, I have no freaking clue what we're looking at. Yeah, I can't figure that one out. Clamps for super heavy? Well, the thing is, so like, okay, let's play off that. I don't know what it is, so maybe we can talk our way through it. It's the Stargate. I mean, that's, yeah, it could be. It's the catching funnel? Yeah, maybe. The prophecy nears. Nice, Selfish. So, okay, let's, that's RGV's other picture. So let's look at this, and let's keep that picture open, and then let's go back. RGV should have a picture of the launch pedestal around here, or at least the launch pedestal that we think it's supposed to be. Where's a good picture of it? There's a picture of the oil rigs. There, this thing. So see that right there? 1, 2, 3, 4. See these things? Everyone thinks that that's the hold down points for heavy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. These things have a pivot point on them. So this is what we think is the orbital launch table for super heavy. Oh, that's a big hook. Wait a minute. Let me check something. So how many of these do we have here? 2, 4, 6, 8. No, I messed up. So let's just count. We'll count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 20 hooks. 20 of these little things that stick out. How many of these do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look, these have little hooks on the back. There's definitely a hook that takes something that pivots, like this. Do you think that they hook onto that right there? See that latch piece right there? Do you think they hook onto those? Because if you look, the arms are tilted out a little bit. And then if you look at this picture, those are tilted out a little bit. But then again, my question now is why? Okay, great. There's 10 of these and there's 20 hooks, and the angles that these are at are very similar to the angles that those are at. So now what? What the hell is that supposed to do, EJ? The answer is I have no freaking idea. Reverse of how the Soyuz hold downs work. Maybe. Maybe it's literally the super heavy basketball hoop. It's possible. It could be a pinhole for securing them when they are up. Savvy, I'm drawing a blank here. I'm trying to think mechanically how this goes all together, and I just noticed what I just said, right? I just noticed that there's 20 of these, and then there's 10 of these, but each one of these has 2, so that means that, you know, if you put all these in a circle, you're going to make 20 attachment points. Now, great, good. You can do basic math, EJ. I don't understand how the heck that's going to go together. Open flower petal shape for the booster to land in. As Starship comes down, it flips the hold downs back into place by gravity. Superheavy's gonna get all sorts of scratched up. Huge hydraulic shock absorbers on the pad. Yeah. It's upside down. Oh, it's upside down. Where's this being made? Any of my Texas tank watchers know where this is being made? Is it near this? That's not a bad idea. Who said that? Knee game. That's not a bad idea. It's not upside down. Look at the railings. Yeah. But Savvy, what if this is upside down? No, it can't be upside down because the Z positive is pointing up right there. So that can't be it. Yeah, see, there's a walkway right there. You're right. Yeah, Hellfish, I don't know. You don't think it's part of the pad? Really? Is there anything we can use to deduce scale here? Like, okay, if you have a center point right here and then you have a radius to that hook, does it match the radius of the center point here to that hook, right? And is there anything on here that indicates that these pieces should fit in? It doesn't look like it. What's all the canisters on each walkway? I'm not sure. It's gonna be a booster engine service platform. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, Lex. Yeah, it's possible. The radius is at least pretty close comparing the people. The mount on the pad for booster 2 will probably end up on the launch mount. I don't think the angles are the same. I could be wrong. Yeah, maybe. It's very interesting. Yeah, no, I got. Yeah, no, this attaching to there, I'm just floating an idea. But then again, what does attach to these things? Because that's definitely designed to have something that pivots attached to it. I just don't know what that is. Big Raptor test stand? Yeah, I guess. Pinhole for securing. Savvy, I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking at this and I'm just drawing a blank here. Like, you got the walkways right there. See, there's definitely a slot right here where you could put something through, and I'm saying that that slot right there looks to, this one right here, looks to be about the same size as these guys right here. See the slot difference right there? That looks to be about the same. Like there's a pin that goes through it. Now, if I'm right, who cares? What? So, all right, what does that mean? What is this going to do here? Like, I don't understand. I don't know what this is supposed to do. I can't figure it out. The upside down, you know, knee game said upside down. That's actually not a bad idea, but then the catwalks make it so this can't be upside down. What if this is upside down? But then again, if that's upside down, how the heck do these bolt to that for the catwalks to be upright to them? Hold downs? Maybe. Here. This is from Space Eccentric. Let's see. I'm interested to see if anybody's... No. Go away. Okay. It's a 4D structure, yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Those two things are there as well. RGV took pictures of them. I just don't know what the heck that is. This just raises further questions. No, C22, I don't think so. Yeah, Katra, I don't know. I was just... That was literally off the top of my head. I don't... It looks like it all fits, but I don't know how. I don't know how it fits together. And because with SpaceX, there's usually an easy way to figure out how stuff goes together. Just look for similar attachment points, right? That's what I've noticed. But I have no freaking clue how this is going together. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think the catch mechanism is going to work. The catch wire on CV. A steam catapult goalie? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think this is for Starship. I think this is something to do with Super Heavy. But I can't figure out what. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what these things are. Does it look like this structure is tied to the ground? Yeah, maybe. So there was those things that Space Eccentric talked about as well. Here, let's pop back over here. Or not Space Eccentric, that RGV talked about. They're up here. These things. Just spotted 2 staging areas for Super Heavy and the booster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then 6. I got nothing. I think they're hold downs for the stack. It's the only way if they want a ton of launches per day. Look between each pylon. There's a structure that would prevent the wings from slotting in between them. I don't think that that's happening, Savvy. There's no way. There's not a chance that that's happening. Whatever this is, it's for Super Heavy or something. I think their staging points are Super Heavy and Starship before they're stacked. Why not just put it on an SPMT? There's most likely storage areas for Super Heavy and Starship. Post-flight processing prior to restacking. Well, don't we think that... So why the catwalks then, Kyron? What the heck are the catwalks gonna do? Why put these here? Why have this thing pivot? What is this? What's that supposed to do? Why are these slotted out here? You don't put that big of a slot in something or a hole in something like that unless it's supposed to pivot. So that means that these things pivot in one way or another, or they move up and down. I don't know. I don't know, and I'm not even sure if that's related to it. I can't figure this out. There's not enough here. Yeah, Savvy, I know. There's this huge flange on the front of this thing, right? That has a bunch of holes in it. I don't know what that's about. Looks like they pivot outside. Well, if these are all tied in on a center ring, like what Space Eccentric showed here, like that, then what's this out here? What does that do? See what I'm talking about? This is strange. Maybe they're hydraulic points to pivot them into place after Super Heavy is in place. It folds out, but if it's all bolted together on the inside, how would it fold out? Hey, Joe, what's going on, man? What's the name of that restaurant with all the goofy stuff on the walls and the mozzarella sticks? Can we go there for my sub-anniversary? Yep. You mean Shenanigans? Oh, you're talking about Shenanigans, right? Big opto-rabber for the oil rig. Wouldn't they produce that next to the oil rig, goalie? Like, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I don't know. I don't know what these things do. I have no idea. I can't figure this one out. This is a tough one. Could even be transport and lift points for mounting. Yeah. You should make it in Maya and then try to figure it out. The real pivot is the inside piece, I think. The hole you see is the pivot for the hydraulics. Well, if they're all bolted together like that, Supercraft, wouldn't this thing just go up and down then? Like, if everything is bolted together and all these arms are bolted together around one centric ring, that means it just goes up and down, right? And these are all attached to some type of hydraulic or whatever. That means these aren't a pivot. They just go up and down. Little bits. Oh, geez, we even have tiny people. Little bits. I don't think they pivot at all. Two holes not in a line means a very complicated pivot mechanism. It's hard to tell if those flanges are parallels or not. Savvy here, take a look. Yeah, I agree with you. I know what you're saying. You don't have two pivots that are like this. That's a very... It'll bind up. I know that. Here. Brady took a picture of these things up close, if I'm remembering right. So, Savvy, peep this picture. Look. It's a ball joint, dude. See that? There's a what's the name of that thing? It's a ball joint that has a bolt hole going through it, so I forget what it's called. There's a name for it. Mason, you got the picture? Oh, you got another picture. That will be useful. It's a rod end, right? That's what that looks like. It's not a trunnion, no. Yeah, a rod end is what that's called. That's what that looks like. Like what you'd see on the end of a strut on an airplane. A Heim joint. Heim joint. That's what it's called. Heim joint. I had to Google it. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a Heim joint. H-E-I-M. That's what that looks like to me. That means those pivot. So if they pivot, right, that means they can do this, which means it'll still go. Which is strange, but... I mean, that looks like a gigantic Heim joint, right? Like here. See? It looks like that. Heim joints are used a lot in automotive suspension. Like that. They're also used all over spaceflight, everywhere, for all different types of things. Like rockets, gimbal actuators are attached on Heim joints, usually. See these things? That's what that looks like to me. Where's that picture? See, that looks like a big freaking Heim joint right there. Yeah, if that's the case, they totally pivot. I mean, that's what it looks like, dude. There's something inside of that hole, right? Like, yeah, and which just confuses the hell out of me even more. Okay, so they're Heim jointed. Now what? Now where does it go? I don't know. It's a freaking complicated puzzle. I can't figure that the hell out, dude. The only thing that I'm getting from this is some type of linear motion, up and down. Like this is going to be attached to something, and there's going to be some kind of hydraulic that's attached here, and it goes up right here, and it's attached to something else, and this whole freaking thing will pivot up and down, like a linear up and down movement. That's the only thing I get from this. Other than that, I have no freaking clue. Hey, Terwin, what's up, dude? Looks like there are two plates welded to each side of the bracket as to seal the ball inside. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't put my finger on Heim joints, dude, but that's exactly what that looks like. And then there's see these little things right there? There's that, and then there's hooks right there. So maybe there's some kind of hydraulic that goes right here. Like, I'd imagine a big hydraulic that goes right there. And, you know, new games, this could be upside down. And that would give you, like, here, I'll attempt to draw the thing. So, like, if we're looking at it from the side, you have this plate, and then you have the top plate, and then you have this plate with all the spikes on it, right? And then this goes down here, and then there's the attachment point, right? And then it goes this way. I'm saying like a big hydraulic piston that goes right here that can move this up and down. And it could pivot up and in, or in and, like, I don't know. And then there may be a ring right here. And then super heavy could be right there. I don't know. I'm ballparking it, dude. Because if Negame actually floated the idea that this is upside down. If this is upside down, then... Well, they can't be because of the catwalks. That's right. And then each one of these has a canister on it. That's what somebody was asking me about. I thought this was just something that they put up there. Each one of these has a canister. Oh, now I'm really confused. Now I'm really confused, dude.
Discovery,
Hey,
go and
Tyler.
throttle up.
20-month resub. Thanks, man. Did you stream today, dude? Looks like a huge pneumatic tank. I don't get it. I have no freaking clue, dude. Mr. Krabs, I am so confused. No stream today? Alright, man. Well, hey, thanks for the resub. I appreciate it. Pneumatics? But why? Why use pneumatics here? Because those do look like pneumatic tanks. See last. What's up, Mile? It looks like the launch table has movable sections inside that might correspond to those holes. Think an axle through all 4 of them. That's what I said, man. Like, Mile, take a look. So you have these things, and each one of these has 2 of these attached to it, right? And you see how they're bowed out like this? If you look at the launch table, well, look. There's a slotted piece right here with holes going through them, and then that distance looks very, very similar to that distance. And then the hole diameter, the slotted hole diameter looks about the same. But what, so what? Like, and then there's 20 of these, and there's also 10 of those. Nope, I got nothing. Yeah, they look like they fit together. I can't figure out the Y part, and because I can't figure out the Y part, I'm pretty sure they don't fit together. Oh, man. Maybe compressor tanks for pneumatic actuators. Yeah, but why would you use pneumatics ground side, Ando? That makes no sense. Why? Like, it's an honest question. Most ground side articulation systems on launch pads are all hydraulically controlled. So why are these tanks here? Dude, this is... I don't know. Straight up, I have no idea. Each one of these has... air over a hydraulic like brakes? Maybe those sections are not attached to each other rigidly and they use pneumatics to hook the thing into a booster as lowered. Use pneumatics for higher speeds? Like catching a booster in a Metco? Yeah, that's... But why such a small pneumatic tank like that? Why not just have one pneumatic tank feeding 8 of these or 10 of these? Savage, Apatoxin. Savage. So EJ, look about level with the platform. It looks like they're each jointed, each pylon together with a bracket of some kind. That thing, right? By making it one piece, it could all fit together. As those pivots move up, they will also move out, which require each pylon to be independent. Hey, Kem. I saw that Naoko was encapsulated, dude. I'll talk to these folks about it. Privet, how are you, dude? I'm trying to figure... Kem, we're trying to solve a puzzle here, and I'll be honest, I can't figure it the frick out. I had a theory that maybe these pieces somehow connect into these pieces, but it's a puzzle that I don't have all the pieces to know. Keith, it was crazy seeing you and DOS in the Kerbal Effect. It was a freaking honor, Keith. It was pretty cool. Independent movement of each, so independent canister for each. And if you catch it, you have one try, so one movement. Yeah, trippy. Pneumatic disconnects instead of explosive bolts for the hold down, so it's more rapidly reusable. Why not use hydraulics, Thailand? Honest question. Let's just spam Elon's Twitter. Let's not do that. Let's not do that at all. Don't do that. Is there anything indicating here other than these things, other than these hold down pieces? Is there any other indicator that looks like these things could attach somewhere on this pad? Like, is there a slotted piece where they hook up to? Is there anything at all? Maybe hydraulics are not quick enough? It's possible, Ando. I mean, somebody said it in chat already, but pneumatics not only are quicker, but if you use a pneumatic and to like clamp the booster, right? And you have like a blow-off system in the pneumatic, right? So when the pneumatics get to full compression and they grab the freaking booster, for instance, right? instead of applying more pressure and crushing the booster, you could use that compressed air as a damper. It's not a bad idea. Is it a hold down point to the arm catcher? I have no idea, Kem. Couldn't tell you. No, dude, we don't have enough puzzle pieces. There's not enough to say conclusively one way or the other at this point. Both items look like they bolt together or whatever from the top, so one of them has to be upside down. I don't think these are upside down because of the catwalks, Savvy. So if they're not upside down, if these aren't upside down, that would mean that that's upside down. If this is upside down, now I'm really confused because it says Z positive up that way. What about an opposite for catching, releasing the booster for liftoff? It's possible. You keep saying a pivot in the ram goes here, but that does not make a pivot point. It's a point of force. You still need a pivot. You keep saying pivot point and ram goes here. Yeah, it goes where, Katra? What, right there? For linear movement going up and down, it absolutely does. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. If it's upside down, how do they flip it? Yeah, Kem, that's where I'm like, I'm getting really confused here. I don't know what this does. Maybe... Like, Kem, the only thing that I can identify between these two things is that there's 20 hold down points right here, or 20 of these pivoty boys right here, right? Each one of them has a slot. The slot has a similar diameter and a similar spacing as this. There's 10 of these things, and each one of them has 2 tabs on it. And it looks like they line up, but I just don't know how. I have no idea. They also cut a lot of holes inside the pad the other day. What? Like, so, I don't know what... So that's a picture of Soyuz's pad, Sun Temple. So what? He's making a Stargate. Maxima, that theory is just as good as any theory that I've come up with right now, man. That's how lost I am. I don't know, dudes. I'm actually super excited because I can't figure this out. So I'm like, huh. And then there's these hold down things. What? How many of these are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 of those. 12 of those, 6 of those. My idea is that it's a tip out or tip in to catch. Yeah. Those look exactly the same as the display stands in the production site. Yeah. Phil, this is getting strange, dude. Maybe these are those ones, just completely side note from the other things that we're seeing. Those ones could be storage. They could be somebody suggested they could be a staging area. And I'd believe that. Yeah, Crypto, I don't know. Like, it's strange. Here's another picture of the thing from the ground. See, these things up here look like hoist points for a crane. Those are lifting points. These things, like, right down here look like what this thing is supposed to be mounted to. But why the catwalk? Could it be something that rotates? I don't know. I can't figure this out. I don't know. I just don't think we have enough. There's not enough information here. And are those bolts? Like, I don't even know. My theory is that the large pieces fall backwards as the booster leaves and then pivot inward. Yeah! Thailand, yeah. I get you. Yeah, but hypersonic, that's what I was talking about with Savvy, but it looks like there's Heim joints in there. See that? That looks like that pivots. And if that pivots, that means these, if it's a Heim joint, that means there can be a straight axle that goes through here. In which case it's not susceptible, then in which case pivoting is just fine. Which is, dude, I can't, that's bizarre. So similar to the way Soyuz is held down with gravity? Kind of. To an extent, yeah. Yeah, I know, Kem. I'm right there with you, dude. I have no idea, dude. I can't figure this out. I don't know. Have you explored that this could be for the stabilizer arm that goes at the base of Starship on the stack? No. Mason, the only thing, once again, 20 of these little arms in here, and they have a similar attachment piece as 10 of these structures with 2 of those tabs attached to it. That's the only thing. It looks like it fits together. And I'm going to go ahead and come down and say that it probably doesn't. Because I can't, there's no easily seeable thing here to prove that they attach to this. GSC is not that complicated. It's pretty dang similar. It's pretty dang straightforward. But then again, I don't know what a catching device for a booster like this looks like. You know what I mean? Hold down clamps for the boosters for a static fire. So say it's possible. Why wouldn't they just use the pad to do that? Right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Bottom of the booster? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I have no freaking idea. Like why even have these plates up here at the front? Like what is this plate doing up here? Nope. I can't figure it out. I don't know. Strange system. I don't think there's not enough to say conclusively what this does. Yeah, Stereo, like I said, I have no point of reference at all. You know what's even crazier is Space Eccentric posted this, and they mounted another thing for this pulley thing at the bottom of the tower. Supercraft, maybe. Yeah, they might need to pivot up and down to catch the booster. Yeah, it's possible. But see, alright, look, the pulleys are on this side. They're over here and over here, which is strange. It's like we're playing like Pictionary here or something, you know? They're drawing it out, and we're trying to no, rowing a boat, no, driving a car, no, like it's hard to say. Some kind of shock absorber. And once again, this video is from Space Eccentric. I'll post it in chat if you guys want it. Go check it out. See, they're on the opposite sides there. Oh, I think I got it. The small ring is used to integrate the booster. They winch the thing and attach to the big rig on the big rig on the launch pad. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to rebuild the machine from contact. Bro, at this point, Haras, you might be right. I don't freaking know. Yeah, no, I usually am better about this. Like, I'm like, oh, that's the piece for this. Like, nope, I got nothing. I got nothing here. There's nothing there. I have no freaking idea. Anyway, we got a little bit of Russian news that we'll get through here in a moment. That's super interesting, and I'm telling you, I want to model it now in freaking Maya. I want to go make the dang thing, and then just toy around with the pieces to try and get them to go together. But maybe we'll do that another day, okay? Like I got nothing, man. I have no idea. Here, I'm gonna get through a little bit of the Russian news here, and then we'll go from there. From what I've seen so far, it's let's see if they could pull it off. Aranor, like, it's hard to identify parts here, but also at the same time, Starship is so unorthodox for rocketry. Like, catching a booster, landing it back on a pad, fully reusable spacecraft. Like, it is so far out of the blue that we're going to see parts like this that we have no freaking idea what it looks like because nobody's ever made something like this. You know what I mean? Something Russian. What about this? Skip to around 240. Bolshoi. Ogromny. Da. Dude, that thing is freaking huge. Nice. Here, look at this. Look at this, chat. Is it gonna take off, or is he just... How long does it sit there and spool? At this point, they're just doing it on purpose. Yikes. Dude, look at the wind. That thing is like... Look at how far that thing's down the runway, and it's still... Dude, look at it. Dude, you think those engines are running a little fuel rich to make more power? I mean, look at that. That thing is running real fuel rich. Look at all the roll coal coming out the back of that thing. That is one big Bolshoi. 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 Pilot, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know enough. I'm not familiar enough with the issue to be able to explain it or know what's going on. Get the coal churning. That's right, Coltech. Get the coal churning. All right. Anyway. Roscosmos patented a method for spacecraft rendezvous on orbit for servicing satellites. The invention consists of equipping an active spacecraft with an observation system, which contains a 3D image of a passive satellite to compare it with its visual image. Oh, neat. And there's just a picture of a Soyuz fully fueled on the pad. Very nice. Cool. And then this picture is coming from Dmitry Rogozin. He's the guy that runs Roscosmos, runs the Russian space program. Nauka, the Russian scientific module that they're going to attach to the ISS, is encapsulated inside of its fairing. It's scheduled for a launch in July, in late July, so about 3 weeks away. This thing is going to launch on a Proton M and will be the first major module attached to the ISS in about 10 years. Yeah, Hellfish, probably. That's awesome. Dude, it's really cool seeing Nauka. I mean, it's better than where it was, considering it was sitting in a warehouse doing nothing about 5 years ago. That's pretty cool. Pretty good. And this one's coming from the ESA. The European robotic arm installed on the multi-purpose laboratory Nauka at Baikonur will be launched, 15th. I thought it was the 20th. July's going to be a good month for spaceflight. Yep, Nauka, amongst other things, has a European robotic arm on it. ERA. European Space Agency, European robotic arm. Nice. What part of the ISS are we throwing away? The Pirs module will be discarded, and this will be installed in its spot. Cool. Alright, anything else here? There's also this. Hang on. Here, this is more aviation news, but good enough. Here, check it out. So, going back, there's not much else Russian news going on right now, but here, check this out. United Airlines goes supersonic. United Airlines becomes the first U.S. airline to sign aircraft purchase agreement with Boom Supersonic. United will purchase 15 of Boom's Overture airliners once Overture meets United's demanding safety, operating, and sustainability requirements, with an option for 35 more aircraft. Slated to carry passengers in 2029, the net zero carbon aircraft will fly 100% on sustainable aviation fuel. Computational render. Okay, get off the screen. I agree, Ken. Let's do it. Поехали. Do you think, guys? Do you think they like to boom? So, what is this? If you haven't seen this before, this is a small supersonic transporter. So I know it bears a lot of resemblance to Concorde. Turns out that, there's only so many ways you can make a nice looking supersonic transport, No. This is Boom Supersonic is a company that's trying to lower the cost of supersonic transport. What they're trying to do is basically make something like a business jet that flies past the sound barrier. That kind of overcomes some of the complications that Concorde and the Tupolev 144 had. The problems with Concorde is that because it was derived from military technology, it was very expensive, very hard to maintain. Turns out that military equipment is very high performing usually, and that high performance stuff creates a lot of maintenance and downtime, if you're using it for anything else other than military things, right? So, what Boom is trying to do is trying to take off-the-shelf stuff and make supersonic transporters. They are using off-the-shelf stuff, and they're making supersonic transports with that. Now, keep in mind, there is a problem here that plagued the Concorde and the Tu-144, and it's still going to plague Boom, and that problem is the sonic boom. These planes still make a sonic boom when they fly around, so boom, from what I can see here, is only really going to be limited to flights over the ocean between Europe and the United States, or you know, the United States to like Japan or something. So I'm interested to see how they're going to get around that, but you know, it's still cool to see that supersonic transport is coming back into passenger service. These in 2029 is when they have these things planned to be, you know, flown with people, right? And that's pretty dang good, because that'll mark the first time since 2003 that there's been any passenger supersonic transports around. They're trying to lower the cost by using green fuels and net zero carbon, stuff like that. Wasn't NASA doing research on that? Keep in mind, yeah, Hired, this is not the same as the X-59. NASA is working on a type of aircraft with an airframe that's supposed to be able to deflect and disperse sonic booms away from the ground. Or mitigate. Well, it's more mitigating them than anything. It's supposed to mitigate sonic booms because of the aircraft's shape. That's the Quiet SST, or the X-59. If that works, then, you know, maybe in the future we'll see supersonic transport flight anywhere. What plagued Concorde and what's going to plague Boom is the fact that they can't fly over land. Sonic booms, everybody in Europe and the United States, you know, ruled that sonic booms are, you know, they're detrimental to the environment because they hurt people's ears. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I love it, but I'm not going to hold my breath until they actually fly a passenger. Colonel, I'm with you on that one, but then again, United Airlines doesn't exactly hand out contracts for airplanes, do they? So that tells me that they have something, you know? Yeah, they break windows, they hurt people, yeah, it hurts people's ears, can screw up wildlife. Yeah, there's a bunch of things. Shame, but... I mean, suborbital is much better. Am I right? Yep, yep. Alright, cool. Yeah, most likely just a selling point, Hellfish, but hey, whatever. The contract definitely has plenty of stipulations. Doubt it's costing United anything. Well, Papa Bear, in the past, airliners have helped paid for development of planes. It wouldn't be the first time. Pan Am is the reason why the 747 exists. You know, because one trip, the CEO of Pan Am went to Boeing and said, can you make me this? I need a plane like this. And Boeing said, yeah, sure, we'll build something like that. Sure, absolutely. Can't imagine hearing Concorde flying over the city towards Heathrow. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool, though. It used to do that. Cam, used to. That would have been nice. Sure, but they aren't committed to ordering anything. So what? Let me read that again. United will purchase 15 of Boom's Overture airliners once Overture meets United's demanding safety, operating, and sustainability requirements, with an option for 35 more aircraft. That certainly sounds like they are, and unless, you know, will purchase can be interpreted very liberally, I guess. Yeah, Creation, I know what you mean. Interesting, drummer. It's questionable if there's a use for this. Even high-paying customers don't need to be somewhere on the other side of the earth immediately. That's why, Haraz, I think that they're targeting the business jet market. I think that makes more sense. So this thing is not nearly as big as Concorde. It's about the size of a Gulfstream, from what I can tell. So I guess that's the selling point. It's a business jet. So who knows? 37C is not normal for Calgary, Alberta. Yeah. It's a heat wave, man. What do you want? I hope it happens, but I've seen promises of awesome stuff like this before, and then it doesn't materialize. Yeah, Straken, I know what you mean. But United very publicly announcing this tells me that, you know, that's a little bit better than just Boom saying, hey, we got an airplane that can go supersonic. If they don't have any buyers, then it doesn't matter. You know? It's still a cool looking plane. Look at this thing. Cool. Jason, I would ride on it, yeah. It's about half the capacity. Interesting. It's very, yeah. I mean, I know what you guys mean. Like, I totally get it. I totally get it when people are saying, like, I don't understand. If Concorde didn't work, why is this going to work? Yeah, no, I see where you're coming from. Definitely. Like, all right. What breakthrough technology has there been that you guys are using that Concorde didn't have? You know? And I think it stems from using off the shelf components. This isn't using military tech. You're using bypass turbofans. I mean, but then again, so did the Concorde. But the Olympus 593s are not exactly a simple piece of equipment. Just throw some afterburning GE9Xs onto a 757 and let's boogie. I mean, that's basically what Concorde's engines are, Hellfish. They're a high bypass turbofan with an afterburner attached to it. Not as powerful as GE90s, but that would be cool. Boom said the engines don't have an afterburner, so it can supercruise, which is pretty cool. If they don't have burners on them, that means this thing can supercruise, which means they're going to be heavily reliant on the geometry of the intake, fellas. Yeah. Without having the burners out back means that, yeah, the intakes, that tells me that the intakes on these jet engines that they've designed for this plane, that's the difference. Concorde had a very, very, very special type of intake called a ramp intake on it. And the Tupolev 144 did as well. The Concorde's variable ramp intakes are very, very important to be able to get the thing to fly the way that it did. I'm trying to find just a good picture of them. Here we go. So what happens here? What happens here is that this is on a pivot. See where it says danger right here? It's on a pivot. This is actually a little door that folds down. Okay. So this is a ramp intake. Now what a ramp intake does is you have your intake like this, right? And then you have your pivot point, and then at low speed it's up here, like that. At subsonic. When you hit transonic and then you go to supersonic, what this thing does is it pivots downward. It pivots downward like this to meter the airflow coming in, and it compresses the air inside of the air intake, so the air goes down here and it gets compressed up against here and then goes in. When it goes in here, it decompresses and goes it decompresses and no, I'm not doing that right. Not decompression. They compress the air to slow it down. Sorry, excuse me, I was thinking of something else. It compresses the air in here to slow the air down. The reason why is because the engine behind it, right? The engine behind it is a turbofan. Turbofans really, really, really don't like air going in faster than the fins on here can move the air around. You basically, in this, like fighter jets use this. All kinds of fighter jets use this nowadays. You have to slow the air down and make higher pressure inside of the intake and get the air going subsonic to get it into the engine. That's why the Concorde has those ramp intakes. So if they're not using an afterburner, that tells me that what Boom is bringing to the table is something with the intake design to be able to make the thing supercruise. It doesn't need an afterburner. So you could just use a regular jet engine, which, yeah, that's the only other thing I can think of off the top of my head is the ramp intake design. They must have figured out some type of ramp intake, and that's why it can do what it can. If you're saying that you argue Conquer didn't really fail, it just got so... Yeah, of course, Shady. I agree with you on there. It's just an F-15 intake. Did you see this? What's this? Rocket Explorer. Coming
Discovery.
soon.
Go and throttle
Is
up.
a rocket viewing experience, rockets of the world with your own eyes. Oh, neat. Hey, Rocketology, 53-month resub. Nice. I mean, once again, the intake thing is just a guess. I don't know for sure. These renders don't look like anything too crazy, but then again, they have that thing up there. Who knows? Maybe that engine and that intake is different. The 124 has landed at Vandenberg. Check last. Okay. The understanding of supersonic shock dynamics has gotten much better, and overall, we're better at designing efficient systems for supersonic flight. That's not your last, Reagan, but I know. Yeah, pretty much, I guess. I don't see your last at all, IQ2. I'm sorry. I'm looking for it. I don't see it. It's not anywhere here. Type it out again, please. Anyway, all right. It's almost 7:30. I think we'll flip off of space news here. Let's go play some Kerbal. I have a launch pad that I have to redo. So this is K33 SSTO launch pad revamp. Mission mode part 168. Let's play some Kerbal. Off topic, but have you seen these updated pictures from NASA? Let me take a look. These we've seen before, unless there's some newer pictures in here. And last time we checked, these are pictures of SLS. Okay, not last time we checked. These are pictures of SLS being stacked. Last time we checked, the LVSA was attached. Ooh, yeah, we haven't seen these pictures before, but it's still pretty awesome.